of like the same stuff.
Okay, we're live. Hey everyone, we're in the middle of a conversation.
We are.
I promise we'll actually read at least some things at some points.
Some things at some point.
But this is also the world's most chill readathon, so.
What's everyone reading for their like readathon picks? Have you picked stuff? You're just reading things.
I am just reading things. I for sure want to finish the Bone Season and the Familiars. And then I would like to at least read one other entire book because I'm so behind on everything.
That's fair. That's fair.
I feel that.
Right. If Emma's going to do that, I'm going to do that too.
We're just holding up stacks now.
I don't know.
Same.
I'm in the mid. Right. I'm 175 pages into Chilling Effect, 50 pages into Timekeeper, 20 pages into What's the Tea. This is not a TB arcade book, but bitch wants to read it, so we're reading it. I am enjoying both. Well, this one's only 50 pages in, so like I'm enjoying it as much as you can enjoy 50 pages of a book where nothing's really happening yet. Enjoying both of them, but I feel like I'm about to slump. So I'm just like, I'm just going to sit and read something and just hope for the fucking best, basically.
Have you got something under 100 pages that you can just be like, bam, done it,
I do,
no one under my belt kind of thing?
Or any graphic novels.
Which is partly novel and verse, so that's
Hello,
possible.
Christina. I forgot to respond to your text message again.
And I'm listening to Shadow and Bone as well, which can agree. Well, see, it's hard. I don't know why I do audiobooks, because I almost never pay full attention to them. And then I get to where I am just now, with like 2 hours left, and I go, right, hold on, I don't know where she is, but she's somewhere with the Darkling. I'm getting Selection vibes because it's like she's in some sort of like battle for a room. Like, I don't fucking know what's going on. And I'm like, well, that just tells me, because like I've definitely listened to audiobooks that I'm obsessed with. So it just tells me, I think this is how I decide if a book is worthwhile. If the audiobook doesn't grasp me, it's a shitty plot. That's how I'm seeing it now. There's nothing there to engage me. And the only reason that we read them physically and think they're good is because we're having to put brain power in. And I don't know. It's whatever. I really... Soldier of the Second... What? What is going on? I don't know.
I still just
We
can't
warned
do
you.
audiobooks at all, so.
No, I know you said.
Warned you.
You did. Which is why I went with the audiobook, because I already had it. I'd bought it like years ago for like £1, so.
Yeah, I read that whole series.
I had plans to read the whole trilogy. Nah, I'm good.
I've read the first book and I'm like, you know what, I just don't care.
I'll watch a TV show.
I thought...
But today I'm like, I just don't care enough.
I don't know. I thought maybe it would get better or something. I don't know.
I had the same thought. I did all 3, hoping that maybe there'd be like some epic battle scene at the end that would make it all worth it. And there was not.
The end made me so angry. I hated every single part of it.
Yeah.
All of it. And then I was just like, this is the worst thing that's ever happened to me.
I did enjoy Six of Crows though.
I haven't gotten to that yet.
It's on my shelf. Way, it's kind of how I feel about ACOTAR. Like, I think, like, don't get me wrong, I enjoyed the first 2 books, right? Like, I enjoyed it. But I think it's so overrated. And I was having this conversation with Jess, because I was like, see, I way prefer Throne of Glass, which I know is a controversial opinion. Loads of people prefer ACOTAR. But Throne of Glass, to me, has way more of a plot than ACOTAR, and I just don't care enough anymore. Like, I don't care.
I think they're very, very, like, it's really interesting because, like, I literally, until last year, I hadn't read any Sarah J. Maas, and I read them in the complete wrong order because I did Crescent City first, then I did the ACOTAR series, and now I'm doing the Throne of Glass series. And I'm finding the Throne of Glass series really frustrating because I can see where she wrote that first, and there are things she loved about it. She has literally copied and pasted into the ACOTAR series. And whilst there is less plot, I think she spends a lot more time with certain characters. And for me, I can ignore a book that has no plot if there are characters or dynamics that I find interesting enough. So for me, the plot of Throne of Glass is fine, but it's just not as interesting for me as the character development. Because like the Nesta storyline, for example, in the most recent one, I thought was kind of the best of all of them, because she's so angry and she's going through all this grief, and I just thought it was a far more mature thing. And I think it's a shame that I read them in that order, because I think I would have agreed with you if I'd read Throne of Glass first, because then I'd have seen it the other way around, where Throne of Glass would have been the original idea and then ACOTAR would have those copied and pasted moments.
Yeah, and like I do like some of the characters in the ACOTAR series, but knowing where that series goes, like I've read the big book with like the characters that I really love, like Feyre and Reese. Like I've read that book now. Part of me don't care about anything else.
Yeah,
like going forward now, because I know where it's going and who we're following, and I just don't care.
Yeah. It's how I feel about Cassandra Clare, because I think that you get to a point where there's so many books in a series where you're like, I've lost the will with this one now. Like you can only develop these characters so much before they're making the same mistakes over and over again. And it is such a bugbear of mine if you read a sequel to a book and the characters haven't actually learned from their mistake, and it's just the same storyline over and over and over again. And I think with Shadow and Bone, that is exactly it. Is Alina is just making that same mistake over and over and over again of not knowing who to trust, trusting the wrong people, not trusting herself, and then it all kind of like blows up in her face. And every single time you're like, oh, that was in book one.
See, I'm just so lost with Shadow and Bone. Like, I was listening to it a couple hours ago, and there was a bit where she's like asking a servant or someone if they can get information on Mal because he's like out fighting somewhere, and I was like, hold on, when did he's like I remember the beginning they were orphans in this place together, and then they were traveling and they passed the Darkling, and now suddenly Alina's with the Darkling, and there's some king that might not like her, and then she was getting the option to wear color. I don't know. So confused.
Pretty much.
Yeah, see, everyone keeps talking about it and being like, oh, well, if you just go into the books knowing that they're not going to be great, like they're still fun. I'm like, no, I went into them. I went into them thinking this is just going to be trash, but it wasn't even good trash.
Into the selection audiobook thinking this is going to be shit and really enjoyed it. And if I can enjoy the selection as an audiobook, it tells you how bad Shadow and Bone must be.
No, but I completely agree, because I went into Shadow and Bone thinking the same thing, because the first Leigh Bardugo I read was Ninth House, and again, with the people that love the Grishaverse, and I can understand that that's probably the wrong way round, because now that I've read her most recent and like
see, I even read them
writing for so long, like,
and I didn't care.
I also went into ACOTAR like being like, oh, like this is trash, which it is, but I did enjoy it. But I'm just now at a point where I just don't care.
I really don't.
There is a lot of other things I would rather dedicate my time to.
I did not get the ACOTAR hype at all. Like, a colleague at Waterstones was like, oh, I want you to read them. I think you'll like them. Like, give it a go. I started it, didn't care. And then as I was about 100 pages in when my gran ended up having an accident and ended up in intensive care in hospital for a week. So I was like, right, I was in a bad place. That's maybe why I didn't like it. But everyone says book 2 is better. So I was like, I'm going to give it a go. I felt like I was reading the same book. Couldn't tell you what happened. And I remember just sitting there being like, nah. Like, obviously I wish my gran hasn't been in the hospital at all. But I'm like, I really wish it hadn't been when I was reading that book, because I have just wasted my time reading the second one because I couldn't trust my thoughts on the first one. Yeah. And I'm just like, I just don't get it. I don't get any Fae book though. Like Cruel Prince, no thank you.
I actually really like the Cruel Prince series.
Same.
But
I just don't think it's going to be for you. Like, and I think that's fine. And I think you found, like, especially like talking to Emma recently, your tastes lean far more onto the side of sci-fi and the kind of speculative. If it's going to have a fantasy element, it needs to be almost like that middle bit where it's like speculative, halfway between fantasy and like.
I'm very much a speculative, fabulism, magical realism.
Yes.
Human.
Yeah. Whereas I like whimsy, but I like almost whimsy with rules. So I like the Cruel Prince, but again, I like it because I like the characters.
Hannah's life. Like, she's like, I like stuff that's like out there, but it has to have rules.
I'm a rising Virgo, okay?
With this has like your far-fetched kind of alien creature things that I'm like, it's space, so it's fine. But if it's, and I think it's because this is me just trying to like make it make sense, which it doesn't. But like maybe because that could exist. We don't know what's in space, but like I know there's no fucking fairies with tails running about stealing children.
You say that.
I'm almost certain. I'm more certain than I am of I.
Do you think it's a suspension of disbelief thing then? You can suspend your disbelief for something that hasn't been proven, but for something that has been proven, you're like, well, no, it's not real.
I mean, yeah, but then think about the fact that I fucking love Cats, the musical. And that's definitely a suspend your disbelief type shite.
Okay, but is that because you like cats? Cats exist. And actually, the idea of my cat sneaking away at night to burst into song fills me with such joy.
Right?
Starlight Express, though. Tell me, right? I want to see if you can find a way to believe that I can like Starlight Express because it's based in reality somehow. When it is about anthropomorphic trains on rollerblades.
Rollerblades, trains, and it's a musical. Like you don't have to justify it. It doesn't have to be in the same thing. You're not like I think there is a big difference when you look at different media, because like I love a murder mystery because it's so paint by numbers, and like I will watch a Poirot followed by a Murder She Wrote followed by like Castle, like all of them, and they will all be paint by numbers. But you give me a book that's paint by numbers and I'm like, what is this shit?
Yeah,
like I can't cope with it.
I love detective TV shows, but like I do keep wanting to try detective fiction. So like I just maybe need to find the right detective. But it's like it's very much. No, I'm just in brain confusion, which is normal for me.
Nobody knows what they're reading except for maybe Mollie, and Mollie never said.
Yeah.
What are you reading?
I'm listening to the audiobook of Strange the Dreamer, but I'm also physically reading I Hope You Get This Message by Farnaz Rishi. So I'll probably just
so much.
That
would interest me so much.
Yeah, like it's okay so far. I was saying this for my vlog because I've literally just hit the point now where like the characters we're following are like going off to do the things that they talked about that they're gonna do on the back. Like the rest has just been like slight build up. So I've been like, okay, but like I want to find out about this now, please. So like it's just getting to that.
Is that the ice cream truck?
For the third time today.
Oh my god, it's so loud!
I know, it pisses me the fuck off. And this is the van that I'm saying. I think is a drugs front. He sells cigarettes, but he comes around like 3 or 4 times a day, and it's only ever really like obviously kids go and get ice cream, but like there's no way he only sells cigarettes and ice cream. There's definitely
it's a weird combo.
Yeah.
That's what I reckoned.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Siri just turned around and went, that's what I reckoned. So I think Siri agrees that
Yeah.
The AI is coming for me.
What is everyone in the comments reading? I think right now I'm gonna work on the Bone season because I was reading a little bit last night and I want to know what happens. So I'm still really upset that this copy is such trash though, and there's no dust jacket. I'm just like, what is this?
Oh, like, I just had a genius idea.
What?
I could change Diary of a Young Naturalist. It's to be non-fic with gold, right? Or like nature. This is non-fiction, and sexuality and gender is nature. or we can just be like Dawson.
I feel like this conversation is more between Emma and Hannah.
Yeah, I don't know.
More between me and myself at this point.
I was gonna say, I've just got to update the spreadsheet. You read whatever you want to read.
Last night. You didn't do it last night. You were
No, do you know
on.
why I didn't? I was, one, waiting to see if you said anything, and two, we've got 3 days left of the month. So I was like, what is the point of me asking you yesterday when I'm going to ask you again in 2 days' time?
Yeah.
I mean, I won't lie, I forgot what day it was until like today. And I was like, oh, it's like Hannah didn't ask. I was like, and then I was like, wait. I was like, maybe I pissed her off so much with the marquee comment that she was like,
you did. Stop. Just like, for fuck's sake.
I did have that one moment though, because I was in a weird mood last night as well, and I was like, it took me a minute. I was like, is Hannah actually pissed? And I was like, no, she's not.
I get those moments all the time where I'm like, oh, I thought I was kidding, but I may have genuinely upset someone. But I'm going to do an exact impression of like how I read your comment yesterday, because I was lying in bed and I was literally like this. Because I was like, I'm sure Marquis is a word. Marquis is a word. Like that's, and then you were like, no, Marquis, and I was like, yeah, Marquis de Sade. That makes complete sense. But also, Marquis is a word. I just couldn't. I was like, stop correcting me. I can't cope.
It was just when I was sitting and I was like, does Hannah pick up on the irony of me being adamant because it's a French word? You have to say the French way when my surname is French, but pronounced the English.
I'd missed that. When you said that, I was like, oh, I feel so foolish for explaining that to you when you live with that every day.
So from now on, I am Emma Ferrier.
Yeah.
It's so funny, like people all look at my surname and they go, you can see it where they want to look like they're educated. So they go, oh, it could be Ferrier, or it might be Ferrier. And I'm like, you know that it's not Ferrier. You just want to acknowledge the fact that you know that it might be. You can just tell.
Right. People call me Ladette like that, as opposed to like Ladette. And I love it. I'm like, saying it in a French accent, it sounds so much nicer.
People try to say my husband's last name in like a French Canadian way because it's Byron, but everyone's like, is it Biron? And I'm like, no, it's just Byron.
Is it Byron?
No.
Byron.
I suppose, I mean, I do live close to Canada, so I guess.
It's just funny to me that
that's a child.
It's not like the entirety of Canada is like French. It's
No.
just Quebec. So it makes it just so funny to me when someone's like way on the west coast of Canada, and someone's like if you're at like Washington or whatever, and they're like, oh, but we're near the border. It's like, it's not French there. Like, you're fine.
You guys are just really having way too much fun chasing my cat around today, and I think you should stop.
Poor Reese.
He antagonizes them, so it's totally on him. But
I think I'm going to start with the middle grade. Which one? I think I know the answer.
Yeah, me and my dad and the end of the rainbow.
Yeah.
It's so good.
it looks really good. So.
I am enjoying it, but for some reason I got to like 60 pages and was like, and now to put this down and not pick it up for the remainder of the month.
Yeah,
I do that
feel
so
that.
often.
So we'll
So
start
do
with that.
I.
Like, if my currently reading was actually updated to the amount of books that I am partway through that are just sitting around, it would be not good. So that's why I always take them off my Goodreads currently reading. Like, am I really, though?
Yeah. Every time.
That's literally why I created a whole shelf called Put Down for Now, as opposed to, like, which I've kept separate from Did Not Finish. Did Not Finish is where I'm putting the ones that I am literally like, no.
Yeah.
But Put Down for Now, it's like, right, I read 60 pages and then just didn't want to pick it up at the moment, but I intend to go back to it at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like with this, I haven't read this in like, my days are gone, maybe like 4 or 5. No, I picked it. Okay, I read like a chapter the other day, but like, say I haven't read this for like 5 days, but I know that like once I finish Timekeeper, I'm going to pick it up. It stays on my currently reading. But if I was like, do you know what? Now is not the time, then it just goes back into my want to read.
Mm-hmm.
So like, I might do that, make a little like put down for now.
Yeah, I've got like a basket of books that I'm like, these are my abandoned books. It's not that I don't want to finish them, it's just that I haven't yet. And I've got a pretty good memory, so I should be able to just pick them up and just continue on from where I left off, which is certainly what I hope for Mosquito Land and What She Found in the Woods, because I was so close.
just because I like David Almond.
I was enjoying it. It was just
Crewman says that they're curious about continuing the Cruel Prince because they don't know many fantasy novels that use an unseelie court setting. However, the main character annoyed the fuck out of me in the first book. That's fair.
She only gets worse.
Fair. Yeah.
I loved her though.
She's fantastic, but like I definitely could see how people would be like, this bitch.
Like, yeah, if you don't like her, I would definitely try and find another unseelie court type narrative, because I feel like she does not get better.
No.
She just gets more. She's just more more herself.
Hey, Jazz. Oh, yeah. I'm supposed to be butter reading these Violent Delights with Jazz and Christina, but I haven't started it yet.
I just Googled unseelie court books, and under the ads for From Blood and Ashes came up, and I was like, did not think that was a fairy book.
From Blood and Ash isn't really a fairy book. It's a vampire/werewolf book.
I'm pretty sure it's just Google ads being like, oh, people who bought these books bought this book, and maybe it'll work. Like To Kill a Kingdom.
That's like a siren story.
Yeah.
I want to try and reread The Cruel Prince, but then IDK because of how mad it made me. Why did it make you mad? Want to finish Akos and then start these Violent Delights.
Can confirm this is a great choice. Again, haven't finished it, but would like to.
Yeah, I haven't started it yet. That I should probably, but I really want to get these two done first, and then.
Yeah.
What's really funny is the last live that we were all on together. Hannah said, "These Violent Delights is going to be on my TBR for the weekend because it's got flowers on the cover, and I'm hoping to only have 50 pages left."
And it looks like you're like 50 pages in.
So, okay, here's where I'm at. Here's where I need to be by the end of today, which is only 100 pages.
The end of today?
Yeah.
I do not want to do my math because that scares me.
Yeah. So I'm on 100, well, it's 150 pages. I'm on page 127, and I need to get to 279, and then I will finish it tomorrow.
I believe in you.
I
won't, but I want to.
I have a lot, but it is only the afternoon here, but that means nothing because it's me. Hey, Jazz. I'm actually reading a compilation of fairy tales right now.
That's cool.
And hello.
I have to read 366.6 pages a day to complete TB Arcade.
I really hope your April TB Arcade is like graphic novels exclusively, like just short reads. So you only have 27 pages a day.
I want some graphic novels, but I just can't be bothered to purchase them because I feel like they're so expensive. Like, I get why. They put a lot of work into the art, but I just can't. I read them so quickly.
Yeah.
I can't spend that kind of money on them.
Yeah, that's fair.
And I know that the library is a thing.
I will bear that in mind when putting together your subscription box moving forwards.
Can I possibly cause some heart attacks in people?
Please.
When are we going to sprint?
At 30.
Cool. No, I need to make dinner, not read. I'm just waiting on my gran being like, I can just picture her being like, I thought you weren't coming down. And be like, yeah. Because she didn't. I was going to make it earlier. She's like, no, I'm not hungry. And I'm like, well, I'll just figure out what I'm doing. So that's fine. Just so I can work out what I'm doing in my head.
Christina has 170 pages left of Akos. I refuse to say the actual name because the rest of them you can just call them by their acronym. So I'm sorry.
Imagine if you had gone with something that just had silver and flame.
Yeah.
So it was Akasaf. Even that is easier to say than Akasaf.
And I'm just going to keep calling it Akasaf.
Flames of silver.
Anything. Anything.
Akasaf. Yeah.
Still better than Akasaf.
Oh, anything would be. Anything would be.
And I don't know, like, she has to know that this is how people call her books. So why would you do this? Just so that you can listen to people go Akos.
Probably.
See,
I mean, I would do that if I wrote a book, just to listen to people say that all day long. So I guess.
see, this is I was literally just thinking that. I was like, Bridesmaid Survival Guide is not going to be. That's never going to be like amalgamated to Boomsiga.
It's one word, so it's just
Boomsiga. Yeah.
I'm so gonna refer to it as that whenever I talk to you about it.
Please do. Please do.
I'm just gonna-
I'm currently reading Boomsiga.
my first like manuscript that I wrote, the initials of the title were TLYL. So in my head, I always called it Tillial, and I was like, that can never get published because I could not have people calling it
I
Tillial.
can't express to you how sad it makes me that I can't shorten Strange the Dreamer. Like, right? That's my point, Emma. Like, I went to do a tweet and I was like, oh yeah, I'm reading this, and I was like, I can't do that.
I didn't even think of that.
I'm reading STD.
I went to go.
Like, hi, I'm reading STD right now. It's really great.
Right, I know what I'm reading for our when our agony and weekends thing, our podcast.
Like, I
is like,
have to say Strange the Dreamer, and I have to. It pains me to type out the full title, but I can't shorten it.
What about
I know.
Structured?
I now really want to go and find books that have really awkward
Right? Like,
names.
I'm
Like
gonna be like, oh yeah, I'm really enjoying STD.
Oh, take
I
it
might
easy.
write.
Just,
I might write instead of read.
Ooh.
just,
Sorry, Ali, what were you saying? I just completely interrupted you.
just this comment. Just take it easy. Read if you want to. Relax if you want to. Just chill.
I'm sure we'll descend into chaos. We've already had the STD conversation, so like.
Look,
Okay,
it's
well,
just
we're
the
reading
next
now,
step in
so-
our sex ed tour of lives.
No, Hannah, I don't care. We're reading now. We're gonna read for 45 minutes.
How'd you do?
I read, I think, like 30-ish pages, and I also assisted my toddler for a while. So
Nice.
hello, Sky. Hello, Kelly. Hello, Bailey. How did everyone else do?
I had dinner and got 10 pages of what's for tea done in that last 10 minutes.
Not too shabby.
Well, according to Goodreads, I read 100 pages. It's not true. I don't know where I started, and then when I updated Goodreads, it went from like 19 to 119, and I was like, all right, I'll take it.
All right. What were you reading?
Me, My Dad, and the Rainbow.
Oh,
Ali. Thanks. I think I listened to 50-ish pages of Strange the Dreamer. Yes, good.
I haven't read Muse of Nightmares yet, but I feel like if you like Strange the Dreamer at all, maybe read it, because I've heard it's actually really different.
Yeah, and I think, if anything, I am just going to listen to the audiobook. Like, I'm not going to go out of my way and buy the paperback, because I'm not even reading this paperback.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just listening to it, and I'm enjoying the audiobook, so.
I still wish I could like audiobooks, but I can't do it.
I love it. It takes me back to that nostalgic time of being read to as a kid.
See, I hated that. I was like, let me read the book. Give it here.
No, loved it.
But that is also why I have to be doing something alongside it. Like, I can't. It's not like when I was a kid where I could just be read to and lie still. Like, I have to be doing something else as well, or reading along with.
Yeah.
But I do kind of like the, not pressure, but it's just kind of like, it's relaxing.
My room is immaculate because I was listening to the Cinderella is Dead audiobook. I was like, I have nothing else to do whilst I'm doing this, so now my room is very tidy.
Yeah.
See, I can't even listen to audiobooks while I clean, and that is what I wanted them for. I was like, I want to be able to listen to them while I clean, and I can't even do it because I just don't listen. Like, it's there, and I'm hearing it, but I'm not taking it in.
That's me with audiobooks. But I still do it because it gets me through them. And what I'm finding is, like I was saying earlier, if it's a book I was gonna love, I will listen to the audio and love it. So if I start listening to it and I'm not taking it in, I'm like, well, like, it's very rarely I'm like, okay, I want to read this physically because I want to like it. But like other times I'm like, you know what, I'm just gonna read it and say I've done it. Like, meh.
I'm just gonna read one like this, say I did it.
Jasmine says, I didn't read anything as trying to plan my schedule to complete the 4 books I need to try and read by tomorrow night. This will be interesting. I totally feel that about not reading to plan to read.
Yeah. Planning to read, so to procrastinate reading.
You know, if you just sat and read, you would get it done, but it feels more accomplished to make a plan.
Plus, making the plan is half the fun.
Yeah.
And then not completing the plan.
Mm-hmm.
Bailey managed 33 pages. Got here in like the last half of the sprint, so only read a few pages of Ender's Game, but let me go on a rant for a second. Why am I shrugging even though you can't see me, or can't you? I mean, no.
It's a really nice picture you've got on the wall behind you.
Me?
No, Ali.
Oh.
Pretending.
That's hilarious.
I'm
some really nice pictures behind her.
I'm a bit slow sometimes. Okay. Finished my compilation of fairy tales. I'm moving on to A Thief Among the Trees by Saba Tahir. Is that like a novella in that one series that she has that I have not read?
It's that one.
Allie's okay. Allie's doing great.
I really want to read, though I say that with every book on my Goodreads TBR. I feel that. 0 pages. Had to shower. I should shower, but I'm too lazy.
I was thinking that. I really want a bath. But here's this is such a like first world problem. I want a bath. The thought of getting in and out of the bath fills me with dread, chronic illness life. I live with my disabled gran who has a bath lift. So you're like, oh, problem solved. You sit on that, it lowers you down. Except it doesn't quite lower you all the way down, so you don't get to like become fully immersed in the water. So it's like I can have a bath, but not fully enjoy it with the mobility ease. I can just have the bath I want and complain about getting in and out, or I can just not have a bath. It's such a struggle.
I think I can guess what the outcome of this will be.
Oh, we all know. We all know I'm not a hygienic bitch.
I didn't mean it like that. I meant more just like the way you describe it is such fucking effort. Like,
I don't have a bathtub. My house only has a shower, so that like puts me off so much as I'm like, I just want to take a bath. I don't want to stand in the shower right now.
See, my gran got a new shower head, this fancy one that has like rocks in it. I don't even know, okay? But it doesn't fit in her like shower holder, so I've got to like rig it up to stay, and it doesn't want to stay. So like having a shower this task as well. Honestly, I have been known to be like, Mom, can I go to your house so I can see the cat? And then have a bath at her house. Because I moved out and she got the bathroom done really nice and fancy with a waterfall shower and everything. I was like, fucking
that sounds about right.
to be fair, like in my first year, my housemates were absolutely repugnant. I don't know if I told you how awful my housemates were at uni, but they were like awful. So there was a shower next to the gym at uni. So I would usually shower there during the week, and then at the weekends I would come home and have like a bubble bath or like a proper shower at home, because the shower at my uni house was so disgusting that I was like, I will shower in that and come out more disgusting than when I went in. So it's not going to happen.
I'm loving Janam's comment that my struggle is just everyone. Like, thank you. You're validated.
Yes. Yes, doggo.
It's Jamie!
Okay, the rant. It said, I have to read Ender's Game for school, and I'm kind of mad because the author is sexist and homophobic and puts that in his books, and it's disgusting. As a fellow woman, I'm uncomfortable reading this. Also currently reading Siege and Storm, but trying to also read Ruin and Rise. What?
So you're reading 2 and 3 at the same time. Interesting.
The Mime Order, intrigued because of Mollie, and Crown of Midnight.
I'm really trying to wrap my head around reading book 2 and 3 at the same time.
Yeah, I'm. Do you mean that you're trying to finish them both today, or are you actually reading them both?
Like that sounds like some sort of wild booktube video someone would do, where they're like, I'm going to read all the series at exactly the same time. So unless you're
I was genuinely considering doing that. I was like, maybe I could find a trilogy I could do that with. I've like not started yet, and I'm like, what's a trilogy that I don't really care about? All right, I've got the
Siege and Storm.
Okay, I feel better now.
I might do it though. I might read
Jasmine,
Dark Shade of Magic at the same time.
You have given Hannah top tier content, so thank you.
Well, I mean, Olivia does her reading series backwards.
Yeah, but those series that she's read before. So it's a case of she's remembering things out of order, which is whereas this would be, I've not read these books before. Can I read all 3 and still understand what's going on? Probably not.
But we'll
Probably not.
Yeah, that would, I can't even imagine. My brain would just be like, oh,
I think you should
Lord.
start, if you were going to do that, you'd have to start with a series you don't really care about. Because it could ruin the whole thing for you.
Well, that's why I was thinking A Darker Shade of Magic, because I don't know if V.E. Schwab is the one for me. Do you know what I mean? Like, there are so many people that absolutely adore her books, and they're all a little bit different, but the ones that I've read have all just been fine. Like, I just don't think it feels for me. So I was like, maybe
that I actually like are City of Ghosts. The rest of her stuff, I'm just like, eh.
Have you seen the third one, like the trio of front covers? Because I've got them in for Waypoint and was like, I didn't even really like these books, but they look really nice on my shelf.
I think I have, but I've probably blacked it out.
See, I love Vicious. I'm sorry.
I wanted to love Vicious so much, and I just felt like I was missing something. Like I was reading it, and I was like, what am I not taking in here? So Hannah has it now.
Fair. I love Vicious. That's just
Loads of people do. Loads of people have told me that I'm going to absolutely love it.
It's so weird because on paper, I feel like I should love the Schwab. And then, like, especially like Addie LaRue, like I'm still sitting here like, how did I not love that? Like, I don't understand. And it annoys me. It annoys me when you have there's nothing sticking out that I'm like, this is why I don't like this author. Like, her writing is fine. There's nothing I don't like about it. I just don't connect with it. And that annoys me. I'm like, I just wish that I just hated it. Because at least I would know.
Yeah, but it's not logical, is it? At the end of the day, it's an interest thing, and like that's what I had with Cinderella is Dead. I keep going to call it a Cinderella story, and that is a very different film. But like, there was nothing wrong with it. There was nothing wrong with it. It just wasn't what I wanted, and like there was just things that I was just like, I just didn't connect with it. And it's really hard because like, how do you review something like that? Because it's like, there's nothing wrong with it. It's not bad. I can see why other people like it. It's just not for me.
And then people are like, but why? I'm like, I don't fucking know. Just don't.
How does one take too long to shower, Kelly? That's my question. What to do with Brandon? Maybe I should do it with Brandon Sanderson because I've only ever read.
Oh Lord,
The Final Empire. I've not read anything else. Not even because I didn't like it. Just
Can I just ask real quick? Does your guys' Goodreads sometimes like mess up and add that you've read a book twice when you definitely haven't?
Yeah. Mine's has been doing that lately. Like I've went and clicked on something. It's like, when did you read this? And I'm like, never. I'm like, I clicked on it to have a look at it.
Like, I have just been looking and like my numbers don't match up. Like my goal numbers and like the books that are in my 2021 folder. And I'm like, I definitely didn't read The Project by Courtney Summers twice.
Yeah.
Or have I ever put it on my currently reading twice? So where did you get that number from, please?
Mine does it sometimes when I'm doing if I'm rereading it, it changes it so that I read it twice this time. I'm like, no, I read it 4 years ago and I'm reading it again now.
But both of them literally say that I started them on the 16th of March and finished them on the 17th.
You just read two.
So
you read each page twice.
The logic.
And they're just trying to get you to your Goodreads goal quicker.
It's like, I'm just trying to help you.
And you're like, don't want your help.
Right, like I don't.
I'm now low-key paranoid. Like, I've been very comfortably 10 books ahead of schedule. Why have you logged me out? No.
Like, I don't want to see that because it's making my brain go, why don't my numbers match up?
Oh, yeah.
Because the amount of times before I realised that was a thing that it did, the amount of times I've gone through my 2021 list and compared it to my thing and been like, but they're all the same, so how do the numbers not match up? I'm confused.
Yeah.
Like the amount of... Nah.
I had big plans to read 50 books by the end of March, and I'm on 44.
So, you're only on 44? Wow, that's just... I'm on 59.
I know, I'm on par. Like, I'm secretly trying to read 300 along with Hannah.
I think you should. If anyone can.
Complete TV Arcade, then technically I would be on 50 books by the end of March.
I'm 11 books behind schedule.
I'm 9 books ahead. I'm trying to keep at least 10 ahead. So I'm like, right, I gotta finish 2. Actually, I'm gonna end up 8 behind if I don't finish something by Monday. So I need to finish like 3 books.
Jasmine is 15 books ahead of schedule.
Love that.
Also, Kelly was sleepy and zoned out in the hot water.
Yeah, love that.
I can't do that because it's so
35
uncomfortable.
books ahead of schedule.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm
that is also incorrect because I haven't updated the ones that I read for my null fielding video until I read. So.
I'm actually 60 books ahead of schedule.
I'm glad that this dog thinks that my pregnant belly is a good dog bed.
Oh, that's cute though.
He's so weird because he likes being kicked, like, by the baby in my stomach. Like, he curls up in front of my stomach so that he can, like, feel him moving.
Cute. Archie's having a great time.
Yeah. It's really
Just
echoey up here, so you
Yeah.
can just always hear him. My goal is small, though. As I start uni in September, I am on 22 of 30.
Right,
Well, I
Jasmine,
feel like
I need you to finish your goal in April. I feel like that's doable.
I've
I mean,
forgotten what
you
my
should just
goal-
leave it, not read anything until September, and then pick
Yep.
it up again.
Yeah, and then panic.
Oh my god.
You wouldn't panic in September if you only had 7
No.
books to read between September and December.
You might if you're at uni and got so
Well, no,
much
because you'll have books for your reading list. Graphic novels exist, poetry, short stories. Like it'd be
I'm just
easy.
waiting. I cannot wait until September when Hannah's like, I'm 75 books behind schedule. Help me. And I'm like, you've got graphic novels, you've got poetry.
If you think I'm letting myself get into the 20s of being over, then you are sorely mistaken.
I don't think you want to let yourself, but I think
No, it won't happen. It won't happen. I am so adamant that it's like I'm going to hit this goal that I'm going to be insufferable. So it's never going to happen.
I'm
Okay.
going to be insufferable.
I will.
I mean,
You'll
you already
hate
are.
me.
You already do.
Aw.
Just
Then
here.
why are you here?
I like these two. Do a Mozart.
That's exactly what Mozart did. Just like, fine.
Jasmine is doing a biology degree.
Oh yeah.
so-
No.
Yeah, you have to read. That's fine.
Yeah.
You can read that book about
Biology,
Darwin's
textbook.
dragons. That counts. That's a middle grade.
Kelly's goal is 52. Goodreads says I'm on track, but I think there are 5 books I haven't logged.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'm on 62 out of 100.
I'm on 15 out of 100.
Imagine getting to 299. I swear to God, if I get to like 299 or 298 and I don't hit it, I will weep.
I think if Hannah gets anywhere before 280, like anywhere after 280, that would be what would annoy me.
Yeah.
Because there's definitely picture books that you could read. Like you could read 20 picture books in a day.
Oh, easy. I did like a Speedopoly video where I got all of the books that I own that are under 100 pages and just kept rolling and reading and rolling and reading. And loads of those books were kids' books. And I was like, I'm just cramming these in for the sake of it. So I was like, I will do that in December when I'm panicking. I won't have a TBR for December. I will just pick up every book I can find under 100 pages and just tick off that goal.
When I worked in Waterstones, it was ridiculous at Christmas. And we would get like new kids' picture books in. Like I remember there was Sproutzilla. And I would just sit. I would take 5 minutes, sit on the floor behind the kids' till, and read the new Christmas picture books. And that's how I like ended up hitting my goal in like 2015.
I need to start counting the books I read to Archie.
Yes, do.
Just logging them into my Goodreads.
Well, you are reading them though, because especially if you're reading them out loud to him, like they definitely count.
I just need to start ordering some more from you.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm obviously not going to count the ones that I'm continually rereading to him all the time. I'm only going to count them once. You were just so snuggly. He's so cute. I
could cry. That's so cute.
He's also like falling off the chair.
Oh,
So he's just got his head here and
you
he's
just watch him slowly go.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just like slowly sliding and he does not care at all.
That's adorable.
If I get to December and I am still fairly behind on my goal, I'm going to buy an entire series of a manga and just sit down and read the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because I used to do that all the time where I would read an entire manga series in like one sitting. So now I don't read manga at all because it's expensive, but... 43 out of 100. Everyone's doing so well, and I'm just over here like, I've read 15 books this year.
I think that's fine. Like, the thing is, like, what blows me away is the fact that 2 years ago I read 13 books, and I was like, "Oh my god, I have read so many books!" And like now I'm looking back and I'm like, "That's all right." I'll do that in a couple of weeks now, and I just think it's that I'm being competitive against myself.
Yeah.
I know for a fact that my mum will only read 5 books this year. And that's fine.
Yeah.
Like that, she's not competing with anyone. She's enjoying those books. I mean, she's enjoying those books, but I don't think they're very good. But I'm here for that. Like, you know, I find it really interesting how aggy people can get over their Goodreads goal or what they're reading, because reading can be really elitist. But why? Like, who cares?
No, that's what I mean. Like, I don't understand the concept of constantly upping your Goodreads goal. Like, I've set mine for 100, and if I surpass it, I surpass it. If I don't, I don't. Like, I'm not going to constantly keep going, right, 150 now, 200 now. Like, no, I hit the goal that I wanted to reach. Any more is, like, a bonus for me.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Kelly is also only rated
like
15
if I hit mine really early, like if I was to hit mine and say like before November, because I'm competitive, I'd be like, oh, I'm just going to update it to maybe like another 10 or 20. But like it's when, because I'm competitive though, but then you get people who are like, oh, but just lower it, and I'm like, no, because I said
also,
I would.
it depends on circumstance. Like, we've got to remember, like, we're in a pandemic. Like, I've had nothing but time to read.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to be reading the amount of books in a week that I have been when I go back to work.
Mm-hmm. Nope.
Like,
yeah, I don't. It's so hard for me to set a Goodreads goal because, like, I've read 15 books in the past few months, but sometimes I read 15 books in 1 month, and I never know what month that's going to be, where I'm going to read like 5 books, and which month I'm going to read like 20 books.
Yeah. Last year, my average was 5 books a month, so I set it as 60 because I was like, there you go. That I've just got to keep my average and just go. And then I hit my 60 and I hit 60 by like June. So I was on like 130 by the end of the year. And I was like, cool.
I think we'll start another sprint in 3 minutes. 40.
I'm going to write this time rather than read because I'm in the mood now. So if anyone's like, why is Hannah staring at the screen looking angry? She's concentrating.
If anyone wonders,
Ali's left her own life. Excellent.
Yeah. But if anyone wonders why I'm just staring at the screen, it's because I'm looking at book recommendations while I listen to an audiobook. So.
Where did you go, Ali?
My mouse has forward and backward buttons on the side, and I accidentally hit them all the time. I need a different mouse.
Love that.
This one's all glowy, though.
Yeah.
That is the sound of my Chinese arriving.
Love that for you.
I want Chinese.
Mm-hmm. My mum's not feeling very well, and rather than getting anyone else to cook, she was just like, Chinese, and we were like, yes.
Yes.
I'm
going to eat dinner, then continue reading Siege and Storm. Do it.
Good shout. Kelly, are you writing your fanfic that I'm still not allowed to read? Is that what you're writing?
I like how some people will set a Goodreads goal at 1, so then any extra is a bonus and no pressure add.
Yeah. I love
if I hit my 300 goal, that is what I will be doing every year henceforth, because I'll be like, remember that one time I hit 300 books? Never again.
I just always put mine at 100 because for me that's just like the goal.
No, but I honestly think from next year I will do the same. I'll just do 1 because I don't care.
I have said since 2018 that I wasn't going to set a goal, and here we are, still setting a goal. Because the thing is, I did
Emma, you're
30. My goal was 30 in 2015, and I did 32. 2016 was 50, and I did 51. 2017 was 75, and I did 76. And then I was gonna just set it at like 12. But I was like, oh, but like I went up in like increments, so I should be at 100. So I did 100, and I read 100. And then 2019, I did 100 and read 100. And then last year, for some reason, I picked 111, did 117. So this year I was like 150. Let's go. And I'm probably just gonna keep.
Maybe I'll do 12, and it'll be like 12 books that I'm intimidated by, that I've been actively avoiding. And then if I just have to see them out, you know?
It's very early morning where you are, isn't it? I think you're like 16 hours ahead of me. Australia.
That gives me a headache just thinking of
Yeah, I can't math her time zone ever. I'm just like, I have no idea. You're like on the next day. That's all I know.
I can't math.
All right.
That's it. That's the end of my sentence.
Yep.
We're gonna read until
Yeah.
30.
Cool.
Let's do that. Because I want to get somewhere in my book.
was so confused there. I was like, it's not on mute, but I can't hear.
No, my mic has a mute button on it.
Smart.
Well,
I read maybe 30 pages or something.
I
Not sure.
read nearly 50, so I feel pretty accomplished. This reads faster than I would expect of a book like this, but I'm okay with that.
Well, I read like, let's find out. I'm on page 32 and I'm on page 50, so 20 pages of What's the Tea, and then like 8 pages. So yeah, about 35, 40 pages.
I'm
We've
sleepy.
been abandoned. Oh god, don't. I'm like, I've got the rats back in their cage. I was like, I'm not chasing you guys later. Because like 4 of them were in there. I was like, that's sorted. Yeah. I'm fine.
How did everyone else do? Just tuned in. Cool. 113 words. Hey, 113 words that were not there before.
Mm-hmm.
I worked out that if I start reading at 9 p.m. and do not stop, I can complete all 4 books I want to read by tomorrow night.
I mean, if I did roughly the same, but for like 4 days, then I maybe complete all of my March books.
I don't think you need to stay up for that many hours.
No,
I think you would die.
I honestly think I would. Like,
I've actually been up for 4 days straight because of my insomnia, and I legitimately like blacked out and didn't remember getting to work that day, so don't do that.
It's been a week since I got my vaccine, and I'm just like I was ill. I was fine, then I was ill, and then I was fine. Now I can feel it, and I'm like, no. I'm like, it's not okay. But I've heard from a lot of people who have underlying health conditions that they were ill for 2 to 4 weeks afterwards. So it's fine. It's worth it. Like, it's not like I can't function. I'm just annoyed.
Yeah.
Like, I'm used to it, but I don't like it. So I'll complain. Oh, Georgia's here.
Georgia, hey!
Instant mood perk.
16 pages, slow reader. Hey, your reading pace doesn't really matter.
At least you're reading, unlike me half the time.
Just joined. What is everyone reading? Bone season.
Timekeeper and What's the Tea? I'm going between them both. Oh, and I'm also in the middle of Chilling Effect, but actively not reading that at the minute because I don't have the brain power and I want to enjoy all the Psychic Cat content.
It's a little windy, but feels amazing today. Yeah, not here. The weather here doesn't know what it wants to do. It's literally supposed to be like a high of 40, and then the next day it's supposed to be a high of 70, and then the next day it's supposed to be a high of 40. And
I
I'm just like,
outside, so
I don't like going outside.
same.
I have a kitty sitting with me to help motivate me. So Tigger is going to give me emotional support.
Oh.
It's always good to have a kitty. Just noticed your name. Yes, I exist, sort of. I can't say I exist entirely, though, so it's fine. Love Strange the Dreamer. Mollie's face.
Mollie's just vibing.
I'm more interested in the chaotic energy I missed and how I can add to it. It's actually been not too bad.
There was one thing, but I can't remember what it was. Oh, STDs.
Oh,
because I was saying I really hate how I can't shorten this title like you can with ACOTAR, because it's just STD, and it's okay. That's all I've got.
Well, I'm definitely enjoying the bone season. Kind of knew I would, though. I just don't know why I kept putting off getting around to it. But now
It is so good.
Now I need to get the rest of the books. I do have them on my Kindle, but I'm like, get and a new one of these that has a dust jacket or is paperback.
Yeah, I feel that.
Like I'm not. It's like I'm mad, but I'm not mad because it's like I bought it from thrift books, but the thing is like I didn't need it to be in perfect condition. That's fine, but I wish it would say like does not have dust jacket because then I wouldn't have bought that copy.
Yeah.
Because that's just wrong.
I agree.
No.
I'm really sorry, Kelly. Like I'm liking it. Like it's
just fine.
Yeah. I'm listening to the audio because it's just fine.
What?
Anna was literally away having dinner, and then Ali and I started talking, and she turned her camera back off again, and I was like, "Oh, Anna's had enough."
I'm out.
I've read the first 2 bone seasons. I feel like the third has just been staring at my shelves for years.
Take this as a sign. Take this as your sign to read it.
I'm really bad about doing that with series. Like, my shelves are not happy with me with series. They're like, why do you do this? Chaotic energy is early. I think we're all too lazy right now to even be chaotic. We're just like, no.
I'm trying to channel it into productive energy as opposed to chaotic.
I actually
What?
I just keep trying to read. Like when we sprint, I'm like, come on, Emma, let's get some pages done. We can do it. Like you don't have to complete your entire TBR, but like let's get some books done. And I'm just like, no, we can play silly games on our phone and just zone out.
I mean, that's the whole point of this readathon is just to chill out.
Or sit and with this. My new favorite thing.
Is that one of those like pop things?
Yeah.
I want one of those so bad.
I thought it was really shit at first, right? Because like when you push it from this side, it's kind of boring. But when it's on this side, you literally just touch it and it goes, and it's so satisfying. Like I was sitting finishing Generation Misfits the other day, and I was just sitting reading, like scrolling with one hand and pushing with the other. It was so satisfying.
Jasmine says she's reading the Mime Order tomorrow, but who knows when they'll get to A Song Rising.
Honestly, the fact that Samantha Shannon is about to start work on the Bone season 5 is like, even though I know it's probably still going to be like 2 years. But
don't know why, but I thought that the most recent release was the last book, and I was like, oh, cool, I'm starting the series when it's finished. And I was like, no, I'm not.
No, I think it's like 6 or 7 books long.
Yeah.
But also, I can't even type the abbreviation. I was like, if I'm going to be able to type the abbreviation to anyone, it will be Georgia. And I was like, oh, well, I've just been adding loads of stuff to my wish list while listening to the audiobook, so like have fun with that. But I was like typing the audiobook to STD, and I was like, I can't even send it. I don't even write audiobook for Strange.
Mollie is influencing the people.
Do it. It's so good.
I've got the Mime Order on my April TBR, and I'm really excited about it.
I don't have an April TBR because I said no.
Good. You're going to have a human come out of you. I think that's fair.
Gave the Bone season a 4.5, so hoping the Mime Order is just as good or better. I don't know. So far, I think it's going to be a 4-star for me.
I gave it 4 in the end.
Usually my ratings don't change. Like once I'm past the halfway point, usually I know what a book is going to end up being unless something like really different happens.
Yeah.
Books, I mean, I tend to give 5s on 3 very specific things. Did it make me cry? Immediate 5. Do I immediately want to start rereading it / reading the next book in the series? 5. Am I going to be literally throwing this in people's faces, saying, please read this, I need someone else so I can talk about it? Then it's a 5. Which is why a lot of hype books get 4s, because I'm like, people have already read it, so it doesn't matter. Like,
I give out 5s really randomly. Like, my rating scale makes no sense to anyone, even me. Like, because there are some books that are 5 stars that I'm like, this book was awful. It was trash. It was horrible, but I loved it so much.
Yep. That's
5 stars.
Valid. That's valid.
Like, I absolutely love the American Royals duology, but they're not good books.
That's like when Mollie's vlog, not to spoil it, but I really thought it was going somewhere else, and they finished it, and I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
I have no energy to exist today, man. That's why I only kind of exist. It's okay.
I'm glad you exist, though.
I don't like that.
What do you like?
Are you still trying to decide if you like that?
I don't like it. I've decided now.
It's been about 3 hours, and you're only now deciding you don't like it.
Yep.
Love
I
that.
don't like what, sorry?
It's just this like orange Mountain Dew drink thing.
Oh.
It tastes weird. It like almost tastes good, but then it tastes weird.
That's unfortunate.
My ratings come entirely from my gut. Same. I could do like Caw Pile or something, but I can't be bothered.
I started off with that this year, and now I can't be bothered. So I've just been like, no, I trust myself.
I've only done Core Pile for the Meg Cabot books that I'm rereading. 1, because they're rereads, and 2, because I want to be able to say at the end definitively which one was my favourite. And just not just outside of like, okay, well, these 5 I gave 5 stars to. Like, who got the highest score?
Yeah.
Which was the, you know?
Yeah.
3.5 or 4 star. I haven't finished it yet. I'm saving it for next month so I can just kind of like randomly read it between not sleeping ever. A bad fave that hits me in all the feels will normally get a higher rating than an objectively good but emotionally meh read. Yeah, I feel that. I just bought Akis. I was going to have to wait months for the library, so caved. I tend to go with gut, but if I'm struggling, I will use Caw Pile, but that's not often. Yeah, I feel that. My ratings sometimes change because I have like an immediate rating, but then sometimes after it's been a few days, I'm like, if I keep thinking about the book constantly, usually my rating will go up because I'm like, okay, well now I keep thinking about this. But then some books, I think about them a little more and I'm like, you know what, was that any good? It's like, I'm tired, but I absolutely do not want to take a nap.
Why do you absolutely not want to take a nap?
Because I never feel better anyway. Like, I always take a nap and then I wake up and I'm just like, well, I'm still tired, so...
I do get what you mean. Like, when I woke up earlier, I've never felt more rubbish in my life at first. I was like, oh my god.
I never feel better for a nap. I always want to nap, and I never feel better after the nap.
Yeah, same. I'm like, oh, a nap sounds so nice, and then I just never want to get up ever again.
No, I wake up feeling worse. If I've got a headache, my dad's usually like, oh, just sleep it off, you'll be fine. I'm like, if I go and have a nap, I will feel worse. Give me drugs and let me lie very, very still, but I cannot actually sleep. Also, Georgia's comment has just sent me. I love that so much.
I don't really feel like you can say Hannah O'Donnell in the same way.
Hannah O'Donnell! You absolutely can. You absolutely can.
That was glorious. That needs to be the opening to your channel now. To all of you.
I've been thinking about it for a while about updating it because at the moment it's just elevator music, which I find really amusing.
It just needs to be that and then some air horns.
Yeah. And then like explosions or something. And then it just cut to me like behind the scenes doing something stupid, I feel like. So it's
you just need to green screen it so it's just you saying that with explosions behind you.
Yeah, and then it just cuts to the green screen and like yeah. I've got a green screen. I could probably do that. I'd have to get my brother to edit it though, because he's got much better editing skills than I do.
Some naps just ruin you and it's awful. Yeah.
True.
When you nap, do you set an alarm?
Yeah.
No.
That might be your problem, Hannah, because I used to do that when I first was trying to nap, and it killed me. Whereas I don't have a life, so I can do this. I just say, right, I'm going to sleep, and I just sleep, and I don't set alarms. So, like, I might nap for an hour, I might nap for 5 hours. It's a lottery, but it always works because your body just wakes up when it wants you to.
Yeah, see, I found that if I did that, I could have a nap at like 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and I would wake up at 9 o'clock at night, and it wasn't a nap. It was just a sleep.
Yeah.
And then I woke up and I'm like, oh, I'm nocturnal now. So I started doing, when I could nap, I would do like 20 to 30 minutes. And it would almost be like a little sprint of nap. Do you know what I mean?
I can't do power naps.
But now I just can't. Even if I'm just like, right, I'll put my head down for an hour and get my mum to wake me up if I'm not awake in like 2, I just can't do it. I just can't do it.
Yeah, I can't. I always say, like, even if I set an alarm, I'm like, I'm going to get up, and then I don't. Like, I can just keep sleeping and sleeping and sleep. I never feel refreshed at any point. But I also never feel refreshed waking up in the morning either.
Same.
Like, I can literally sleep for 12 hours, and I wake up, and I'm like, nope, still want to die.
The pill cocktail. Wow.
Oh, God. Don't even talk to me about meds. I mean, I'm not taking a ton right now because pregnant, so I had stopped taking most of them. But
what I get is don't talk about drugs because she's in withdrawal.
No, but I can't take anything for my headaches right now. But normally, because I get 3 to 5 day headaches, and I have to take like a muscle relaxant and some ibuprofen and some magnesium, and it's just like a handful of pills, and I'm just like, this is good. This will help my headache. But they tried to give me a bunch of different stuff, and they're like, why does nothing work? And I'm like, why would I know? Why would I know why nothing works? You're the doctor.
Yeah. Jasmine, I'm really excited for A Dark and Hollow Star. Regardless of Mollie's putting it down. I'm really excited for it.
I don't know if it's so hyped, and I feel like there's been a few of those like kind of books that have been really hyped lately, and it seems like from what I've seen, most of them turn out to be pretty mediocre. So I'm unsure.
Hannah's thoughts on it though will determine whether I give it another go or not.
So if I hate it,
like,
you're like, mm-mm.
Yeah, because I feel like for the most part, me and you agree on what books are just quite mediocre. So if you find that to be mediocre or less, then I'm just not going to bother.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I found myself like when watching your videos, especially with like thrillers and gothic things, and you're like, I'm like, I'm not even going to bother. I'm not even going to bother. If it's an nah. So no,
I'm more likely to read a book somebody hates than a book somebody just like doesn't care about.
Oh yeah, if someone hates it,
me too. Because I'm like,
then at least it's got something.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean? Like they've sunk their teeth into that, and that's why I feel so bad. Like in my most recent wrap up, I'm like, it exists. It's fine. I'm like, that's not a recommendation, unless you really don't like the person and you don't know what to get them for a present. In which case, get them that book because it's so beige. You can't really go wrong, you know.
Like when you said with like Spellslinger and what was the other one?
Traitor's Blade, that one.
Yeah, you could just like they're books you could recommend to anyone.
Yeah.
And it would be like a safe bet.
Yeah.
I never know what to say. Like, because sometimes I'll see someone ask for a book recommendation and it's like somebody in real life, and I don't know what to say to those people.
Spellslinger. Give them Spellslinger, or give them what is something else that I read that was just
honestly most people I know don't read fantasy.
See, it's so funny because like with Twice Read Tales we get like a lot of like orders of like YA fantasy, which is not my kind of genre. So like,
But also,
like,
if you notice, they'd rather buy them secondhand.
Yeah. But I'm always like, oh no, like these are popular, and I'm always like, what about this? And I'm always like, oh, but I feel bad because they might have it. And I'm like, but Emma, 99% of these people are just like casual readers that buy from supermarkets and won't have, like, they will never have heard of these books.
Yeah.
We got an order through my influencer, Mind of Mollie. Someone in Finland. First international like order, so it's very exciting.
It's so exciting.
There's no way to know if my constant mention of Waypoint has helped Hannah in any way.
I sell to randoms all the time, so I can only assume it's thanks to you guys. It's really bizarre. When I see a name that I like recognise and someone hasn't told me they're going to buy from me, I find that more bizarre than if I just don't know who they are. Like, I had someone from my D&D group message me and go, oh, I've just put an order through. And I was like, yeah, I did wonder, because it came through like a day ago and you just didn't say anything, but okay.
I feel like that's what I would do, just so that you would just see an order and be like, oh, look, it's you.
I'm like, hey, money!
Oh my god, I'm so gonna do that, but put my mum's address, and you're just gonna be like, I know that name, but it's the wrong address.
I'll just order under like my husband's name, and you'll just be like, what the hell is this?
I feel like I would recognise. I mean, no, to be fair, your PayPal thing is under your husband's anyway, so it comes through as a completely different name anyway.
Oh, I think that comes through as my because I have been married for like 2 years and haven't updated my ID, so my name still says Jaden Fanning because I changed my first name and my last name. So it's confusing.
Okay, so it is you. It's just a different name. That's fair. Okay.
It's just what my name used to be because I didn't like my first name because it didn't suit me.
No, I think you won't. I think you made the right choice.
Yeah, my mother.
Not that it has anything to do with me at all, but I concur.
It tells you how much that your like name didn't suit you, because I've already forgotten. I'm like sitting there like, I remember not agreeing it wasn't your name, but like, what was it? Don't know.
Yeah, it never fit me. It always felt wrong, and like everyone just seems to go better with this name anyway. Like most people did not have an issue like changing what they called me.
Yeah.
Except for my mother, because she hates it.
But she gave that your middle name.
Yeah, but she thought I would go by Alex, and I was like, no, I like Allie. So
Allie suits you, I think. If I were going to change my name, I'd have no idea, but I don't know if I've ever told you guys this. My parents originally wanted to call me Stephanie, but then my initials would be Sod.
Oh my god, I fucking wish they had.
But also, I just really don't think you look like a Stephanie.
No.
I'm not even a Steph, am I? There's nothing, like, I'm a Hannah. There's like...
Yeah. Even though, like, as great as it would be for your initials to be Sod.
Yeah.
Like,
my dad liked the name Hillary.
Hillary.
But
that feels a bit formal for you.
I know
but then I wouldn't be able to call you Eggy.
Well, where does you get Eggy from Emma, though? It's not like it's Egga.
Yeah, but I called you Egga Novella, remember?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I know Emma Novella wouldn't exist. But if I was a assigned male at birth human, they were going to call me either Paul or Matthew. And I'm like, no, thank you.
I would have been Robert if I was a boy, and that was purely because, like, my dad was convinced I was going to be a boy. So he was like, okay, well, if it's a boy, I'll name it. And if it's a girl, you can name it. And then it was a girl, so my mum called me Mollie.
I have pretty much... Okay, so I've been really obsessed with the name Archie forever for naming our son, and my husband was kind of about it, but, like, I knew that's what I wanted to name my kid. And so I literally just kept mentioning the name around him until he was like so stuck on it that he was like, okay, that is cute.
I love that.
Isn't it? Like I just even like before
I always wanted to call a son Mason, but I'm Scottish. And Mason is spelled Mason, which if you put a space between MA
My
and
son.
SON. It's my son. Which is how
Okay,
you
that
say
just makes
my
sense
son,
better.
you say it's my son. And it
That
was
just-
Tom from Teacher Reads the Stars. I think there's actually like a clip from Yalk where he's like, my son, and I was like, no, I couldn't. Every time I would see it, I wouldn't call him Mason. I'd be like, oh, that's my son, and I was like, I'd be making dad jokes about his name, so that name has died.
No,
Watch
see,
me
that
like
would
that.
make me use
I
that name,
really want to
100%.
have now in my book a Scottish kid called Mason.
Does he even see Mason? I just hear like a very posh Mason. My
Mason.
son.
Georgia was almost a Harriet or an Alice.
Oh, I quite like an Alice. Alice is cute.
Yeah, I like the
Yeah.
name Alice.
Yeah, but no,
Harriet as well. I really like typically masculine names for girls. So George, Ryan, Harry, but like not like Georgia being shortened to George or Harriet, like being like, no, my name is George. Like my name is Ryan, Aiden. I love it. And I don't know if that's just the non-stereotyping part of me coming in, but like I just think it's great. Let's call. Then I don't like the name Ashley on a male. I don't know why.
I don't like a Mitchell, a male Mitchell. I find that really jarring.
Yeah.
I mean, I only know male Mitchells.
See, I only know female Mitchells, and then there was one guy, and I was just like, no. Although I was nearly a William, which is why my brother is called William, because apparently when my parents make an idea, that's it. They're keeping hold of that for later.
It's just so funny to me because like the two sort of main feminine names that guys can have are Ashley and Lindsay, and I'm like, those are like really sort of female, like feminine names. So it's really funny to me that like in a time that was very like gender stereotype, they picked very sort of female sounding names, and I'm like, this just shows you how fucking ridiculous gender like constructs are.
Naming things is just bizarre in itself.
I don't know how I feel about that one.
Richard.
Is that just because they want the nickname Dick? Which I don't understand where that came from.
No, I'm confused.
I didn't know people called you George. But I suppose
I do like when I'm texting her, but I do it without the E. Because
Like
if I'm
Gordon.
shortening Georgia, I don't think to add an E on. I'm just taking rid of the ear.
You know what name I hate? Just like in general. Jeff.
Jeff. You be careful around Jeffs. They are shifty.
Don't say that, Emma, because now I'm thinking of Michael McIntyre.
This is Sarah and Sarah.
This is Sarah.
Sarah.
My granddad Sarah.
Stewart.
Sean Cian.
And Shine.
And Shaun.
I suppose Hannah would be Hannah.
Hannah. He actually does a whole bit about that where like the girl goes, oh, my name's Hannah with a H, and he was like, yeah, obviously, and then she's like, no, on the end, and he's like, oh, Hannah with a on the end.
And then this is Sarah and Sarah.
Geoff. It's so stupid. Like, it's such light comedy, but I bloody love Michael McIntyre.
I know. That's one of my favourite sketches of all time. Like, it'll never get old. So what? Another one of my favourite things of all time. You know the bit of Joe Lycett on, I want to say it's 8 out of 10 cats. I may be wrong. But when he gets a parking fine.
Yes.
And then him talking about how he gets out of said parking fine is one of my favourite things in comedy.
Yeah, he did that as originally he did it as like a Live at the Apollo bit, but then he included it in his own stand-up as well. So it's in like 3 separate shows, and any time a clip of that comes up, it makes me feel so happy just to see his face. Him describe Lorraine as looking like a quiche, like it just makes me so happy.
I got out of a ticket for having expired tabs once just because I had a big old lifted truck and the officer just assumed it wasn't mine because I was like 18 or something and a girl driving this big truck, so he just assumed it was not mine and like didn't even look anything up, and I was just like, I just played real dumb. I was like, of course it's not mine, I'm a girl, girls don't own trucks.
Gareth and tracks.
But honestly, that sketch is the only reason why I bought Joe Lycett's book, because he says, "I do not butter no parsnip," and like
No parsnips,
his
yeah.
book is called Parsnips Buttered.
Mm-hmm.
So
I don't
had
know
to get it.
what anyone is talking about, but
Joe Lycett, probably.
I don't know who
Avocado
that is.
smash. Should we do what we did last time? We just show the clip via.
Yeah.
But it's
Also-
another reason why it's one of my
also-
favourite series of Taskmaster, because it's not only got Noel, it's got Joe Lycett.
I have a
It's
genuine
the bit where he's
question,
got
though. Is Joe Lycett back to Joe Lycett, or is he still Hugo Boss?
He's known as Joe Lycett, but I'm pretty sure his name is still Hugo Boss.
Hugo Boss.
Yeah, I think you can only change it so often. Like, I don't think you can just.
Yeah. He did a bit. There was one of the tasks on Taskmaster. So, Ali, are you aware of Taskmaster? You know what Taskmaster is?
I know what it is, but I've never seen it.
Okay. So, for anyone in the audience who doesn't know, although
I've just rewatched this entire season, Hannah, so I'm very excited for you to
I'm
talk
going to
about
excuse
it.
myself. I have never seen Taskmaster.
oh my god, it's great. Not only
It's
that,
one of my
I know.
favourite. It's my favourite
Ali-
show of all time.
Alex Horn follows me on Twitter, and occasionally we tweet message each other, so we're like besties. Anyway,
I'm jealous.
it started off.
Alex Horn.
Little Alex Horn. He started off doing loads of like tours with people, and they were doing like a fringe festival or something, and they were all like really bored backstage. So Alex Horn started texting people, like comedians, little things like tasks they had to do. They were just stupid. And a producer friend of his was like, "Yes, let's make this a TV show." And now you have Greg Davies, who is like 8-foot tall hulking man, judging other comedians on how they complete ridiculous tasks. And I mean, it's not like, it's stupid. Like, they had a watermelon that they had to just eat as much of in 30 seconds as they could.
That was in
And just-
season 1, which I also just rewatched because it had Josh Widdicombe on it.
It's, and like sometimes they do where they'll like trip them up. So there was one where they had to create a bridge for like a little toy thing, and they were only allowed to use stuff that was on the table, but underneath the table was stuck a bridge that they could have used. But obviously none of them do that, so they all try and do these different things. Anyway, there was one where they had to paint a portrait of Greg Davies, but the easel that it was on was like a meter, like on red. You weren't allowed to touch the red carpet that it was on, so you had to paint at it from a distance. Everyone had to do that. Joe Lycett had to do it by smiling at the camera every 5 seconds, and if he didn't smile at the camera within 5 seconds, he was disqualified from that. No one else was forced to do that, so he's like painting away, going,
Oh, Lord.
and just getting like, it was hilarious. And then of course at the end they wrap it all up at the same time, so like you'll watch them in episodes, but they're all like sat there, they've been sat there all day talking about stuff. When any time there's a comedian that's had to do a task that no one else has had to do, it is my favorite moment, because they just look so stupid.
None
and
of them know
really
it.
smart.
None of them know until that moment.
So they don't know who's won, they don't know how well others have done. And another really great one was when, who's the really tall guy that like makes jokes about being like a hobo and stuff? He's not, but like that, he makes jokes about it. What's his name? He's on 8 out of 10 Cats Does Countdown. Really tall, lanky one. What's his name? One that threw the potato and got it in straight away, and then they did a replay, and he was disqualified. I can't remember his name. Anyway, he got really excited because he thought he'd got like basically a hole in one, and then he'd like messed up by like this much, and they'd like cheered and they'd celebrated.
I know
and
exactly
they'd done like
what
high
you're talking
five.
about, but
Yeah, can't remember to save my life. But
The
yeah,
Wilkinson.
Joe Wilkins. Yes, that's it. That's the one.
oh yeah,
I typed in Taskmaster potato throw and it came up.
I'm gonna show it because it's so fun.
remember
It's so
that.
ridiculous.
I'm trying to find if
but
there's.
yeah. Kelly, if you go on all 4 like online, they've got all of the Taskmaster seasons available to watch. So I've just been rewatching all my favourites at the moment.
I feel like I need to watch
And
them
it's
just so I
season
know.
that specific season with Joe and Noel is season 4.
I'm going to see if I can download them on Sky so I can skip the advert.
Get this potato into the golf hole.
You may not touch the red, green,
You may not touch the red, green.
I get one shot at this. No? Okay. Oh, but if I throw it, I can't go on it, right?
I love Richard Osman.
Oh, that's clever. So it's like a one. Oh man, you're kidding me.
Fastest wins. Your time starts now. Oh, we're off. But if I don't get it. There we go. 14.3 seconds. Very lovely. Well done, Joe. Really emotional. I think that's the best thing I've ever done. Good shot. Cheers. Just going to put that in there. Job done.
All right, see you in a bit.
Yeah, cheers.
Well done, Joe.
Oh, oh,
Yeah.
bye, Joe. Cheers.
I mean, I don't know how you feel, Catherine, but it made me like sport. It's incredible. Talk us through it. How were you feeling?
Instincts.
Like
Yeah,
accuracy.
And then I thought, peace, peace.
What
Did it another 17 times after that.
what I liked was what you said to Alex. I don't know if you heard that, but you went, yeah, you didn't think that was going to happen, did you? You did. It's incredible. It's so incredible. I personally, I'd love to see it again. You want to see it again? Okay, here it is again. That's joyous. It's hard to make the task.
Oh, I feel like I need to watch this show just so I have some indication of who you guys are talking about when you mention people, because there's so many different people on this show.
Ali, please. It's
They
great.
put all of their old
all
seasons on
11
YouTube.
seasons.
They're all for free.
Oh,
Yeah.
sweet. I don't even have to subscribe to anything.
Because there is an
All
American
11
one, and I'm going to tell you now, don't waste your time.
Whenever
It's not
there's
the same.
no, whenever there's a British one and an American one, the American one always sucks of any show ever. Like, just
Well, like Alex Horn went over for it, but there's like a woman on it who is like in her 60s and has a
But you know
catchphrase,
what?
"Suck my dick," and it's not
Me?
funny.
For me, the fact that I've never heard of the American one shows how bad it is. Because I'm on Taskmaster like
Well-
a puma.
also I don't really like American comedians.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, that's fair. Valid. I'm not
I don't
gonna
know
lie,
what
that might be one of
humor-
that might be why that's one of my least favourite seasons. Purely because of Catherine Ryan.
She's Canadian.
Yeah, I know, but she's still one of the most annoying comedians I think there is.
Oh, I really like her. That's fair enough, but I really
Well,
like her.
I have just found out that all 11 series are available to download from Dave on Sky. So, well, most of them are on
So
Dave.
Emma's off.
So yeah, I've got them ready to play.
I've
I've
never
not
been
watched
so
them a lot.
excited in my life.
This is gonna be my new background show.
See if I don't film a TV arcade for April. This is why.
Look, it's free serotonin. Do it. Like
Right?
they're such
That's
great
my
shows.
point. Like I'd spend so many of my like no read days just because I'm down rewatching Taskmaster. I know most of them off by heart.
Taskmaster and QI. I just love them. Anything with like a comedian panel, I'm there for it.
See, I hate anything with comedians on it because I live in America. And I don't like American comedians.
Why?
Well,
It's
now,
so
Ali,
good. It's
you've got
educational and
English
funny.
shows.
I just need to know who you guys are talking about because, like, pretty much this whole comment section knew what you guys were talking about, and I'm like, okay, I guess I only know people from the UK now, so that's fine. Which my husband thinks is really funny for some reason. He's like, "Oh, are you gonna go talk to your UK pals?" And I was like, "Why is that so funny to you?"
It's like when everyone's like, "Oh, they're your internet friends, like not your real friends." I'm like,
He
you can have
has
friends
a
on the
friend.
internet, guys.
He has a friend who he's been friends with since he was 16 who lives in Nevada and has like visited him. And I'm like,
My nan
Is this
doesn't
the-
even
is
refer
this
to
the
you as
lady
my
person?
friends. She just goes, "Are you going online tonight?"
oh.
My parents call it streaming. They're like, "Are you streaming?"
Oh my
this
god,
evening?"
I don't know how I
am.
do that, Jamie, but it also sounds like the best idea I think I've ever had. Like,
Yes, I
oh
love
my
that.
God, isn't there a Taskmaster the game?
Yes,
I think
there
so.
is. There's also a book, and I actually asked Alex Horn to set me a bookish task to celebrate hitting 400 subscribers, and he told me to
I
find a
know.
book with a phrase on it, and then my mum found it 2 seconds later, and I was like, "You didn't even give me a chance!" Outraged.
Apparently it can't be a background show, but that's what they're
Yeah.
for, being distracting. They're just there because I sit around and do nothing all day.
Fair.
Not from the UK, but watch these shows. We're basically a baby of the UK. You know,
Mhm.
I feel that because most of the people I know from Australia know all the same things that the people from the UK know.
I was quite surprised with how many people like commented on my Noel Field, like reading books based off of Noel Fielding's outfits. And then I remembered, oh wait, the Great British Bake Off is quite popular in America.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I've never watched it, but
Yeah, but I forgot that.
yeah.
So I was like, I'm going to post this and people aren't going to know who the hell I'm talking about. But they do, so it's okay.
This is the thing. It's like it's one of those things where, like, how do you gauge what your audience does and doesn't know? Because you can
Right.
never assume that everyone knows what you know or watches what you watch. So you just have to trust that your audience is enough like you that they'll engage.
Or
with
that
things
they're
you engage with.
interested in you enough to be like, oh, this is someone this person likes enough to do a whole dedicated video towards them.
Yeah.
Let's watch it.
Okay,
Which is why I'm like, maybe Sandy Toksvig. Maybe I'll do that next.
I am just kind of living for how Emma just looks disgusted with existing right now.
I'm just lying here like, oh. Thinking about the week ahead. I remembered I have to make stickers tomorrow, and I'm like, no, thank you.
And if it makes you feel better, I've got to write 4,000 words tomorrow.
Yikes! I will be doing this.
I don't have to write anything tomorrow.
No, me either. I don't. I mean, I don't write, so.
Yeah, same.
Well, I got edits back from my editor who was like, what do your characters look like? And I was like, what do you mean?
Oh, what do you mean?
What do you mean? You're like, oh, this like group of friends that she hangs out with. What do they look like? And I was like, oh, does that matter? And she's like, yeah.
See, there was a thread about this though, about how with neurodivergent authors and stuff, like we don't really care about that, so we often like won't write it. And it's like so when they're like, oh yeah, you need that, I'm like, no, you don't.
Mm-mm.
You really don't.
You know, honestly, I don't need to know what some random people look like.
Like when I'm reading a book and it's got a whole paragraph on like, oh, their hair's this color, I'm like, I don't give a shit. I really don't. Like they exist and that's what matters.
Well, the thing is, one of the things she did say was that I need to establish them as characters properly, rather than just have, because at the moment they're just passive characters as your protagonist is like moving through her drama. But the next 4 books are going to be about those 4 characters, so I need to establish them enough that you're invested in reading the next books about those characters. So I do understand what she's saying. I just don't want to.
I also just love that
But
Hannah's just provided
you
us
can have
with
them.
5 books, and I love that.
Yeah,
you can have them more established without telling us what they look like.
I will. And there are scenes that establish them through like the way they act and the choices they make and things like that. But I do understand that for some visual people, it does help to kind of go, oh, like even just like a little signifier. So I'm not going into like height, weight, age, blonde, blue. Do you know what I mean? It's not going to be like that. It will be an identifier to help you navigate the future books and stuff like that. Yes, I do definitely want to do some writing sprints tomorrow afternoon. Let's do that. That would really help me.
Because technically you're here in the evening.
I am.
Because...
And I've got D&D in the morning, so there we go.
Oh, just
D&D, then writing, then this.
Also, I know it's late for you guys, so how long do you want to be here?
I can do another hour before I start to pass out.
Like, you seem to think that I have anything else to do with my life.
Yeah,
well, I don't know if
think that I don't get to sleep till like 3 a.m.
It will just be me that goes to bed at 10 because I'm an old lady. And then you guys will have a great conversation without me. And I'll wake up to it tomorrow and be like, oh, cool. Thanks, guys. And then I'll respond at like 6:30 in the morning. And you'll be like, why are you awake at this time?
I won't see it for 6 hours.
Well, I'll see it because I'll be like, dude, I'm still up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's every time Hannah gets up in the morning, she always like messages, probably because she knows I'll see it.
It's just because I feel so left out. Like, I'm just like, okay, let me summarize my thoughts on the 84 messages that I've missed.
Oh, the bots are here and they're not recommending a book now. They're just talking random shit.
It's not even April Fool's Day.
That's the fool.
Starzy loves visual descriptions because it makes her want to draw characters and scenes. See, I'm not an artist, so...
See, I am. And even then, I'm just like, no, because it means I can get it wrong.
And this is Georgia describing characters.
Who are blonde? Well,
I
love that. Yeah.
And freckled.
Freckled. I haven't given any of my characters freckles yet, but there's still time.
Oh, Starzy's trying to get me to play games. We'll see. We'll see. I really should read, but also I do have the computer, which I did not have last night. I looked at my husband. I was like, hey, I think I might play some games with Starzy and Allie later. And he was like, no. And I was like, what do you mean, no?
What, yesterday?
Yeah. And then he was like, I'm hanging out. He was like, me and Jake are watching a movie. And I was like, oh, we need another computer. Because I would like to use it. Not that I don't have it all of the time because he works 14-hour shifts like 5 days a week, but you know.
But it's not the point, Ali.
All the time. That's fine.
If you ever watch me and my husband interact, you probably would think we fucking hate each other, so.
I mean, we've seen you interact in the you've been sat there going, no, to someone off screen who's then giving you shit. Like, does that count?
He says it's his goal in life to annoy me. He says that it is the marriage contract is that I have to love him and he has to annoy me. So
to love, honor, and annoy, I believe, are the key words. I'd agree. Like, I would agree to love, honor, and annoy. Not love, honor, and obey, because fuck that.
Yeah, right.
But love, honor, and annoy, for sure.
Like, that's the definition of fun.
Yeah.
Except for when it becomes actually annoying, and I'm just like, do you know that you're being actually annoying now? And he's like, yeah, that's fine. I'm like,
yeah, that's fine.
I don't think it's fine.
George's made a good point, and I forgot about that. The husband seducing the student.
Yes! Oh, good times. Creepy.
And we all kind of sat here like...
Yeah, literally all of us are like, mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm.
Well, he was like saying something about his game, and I was like, wait. Are you romancing students? And then you guys were like, wait. No, my husband could never be a teacher in real life, so.
Yeah, is that because of the prison record?
Actually, neither of us has.
Yeah, you have to think about that.
Well,
I've been cautioned.
I've done some things. I just never got caught.
Right, don't go telling them on the internet. Save it for later. Save it for the group chat.
The statute of limitations might be up.
Like, it was nothing that bad. Okay, I just
didn't locked up.
He definitely has not. No,
Georgia, I'm telling you now, right? Sorry, she's just texted me saying, to be fair, I get anxious messaging you at like 9 a.m. because I'm like, what if I wake them up? My phone, when locked, is constantly on Do Not Disturb. You will never wake me up.
Not possible.
Like, it's physically not possible. I don't get my notifications come through. They come through on my screen, but I have to physically, like, press it in order to see them.
Mine turn off at 11. So anything between, like, 11 and 7, my phone just doesn't make a sound. Because I am quite a light sleeper, so I would wake up.
So you literally do not have a problem?
Nope. Well, until I see that there's 84 messages, and then I'm like, oh.
I just watched Hannah take her ponytail out, and when I tell you I shuddered at the imagining of the sensory thing, I could feel you taking your hair out, and I hated it. And I was like, that is why I shaved my head.
I love it. That's why I'm constantly playing with my hair. I cannot help myself. I went on a night out once, and I think I put my hair up and then into a plait and then down and then up again 8 separate times, to the point where this guy that was like talking to me did not recognize me, because at one point I just changed my hair again, and he was like, what are you doing? And I was like, I just like playing with it.
Exactly.
I sleep with mine on vibrate, but that is because I wake up throughout the night anyway. I don't ever sleep through the night. So
I'm pretty sure I have a sixth sense, right? Because I used to be paranoid, like I need to set an alarm so that I can like wake up when I need to. But like, I have found I can keep my phone like on volume, and I can wake up to my phone like to a message, like a Facebook message, and it's always when it's like an important one. Like it might be my cousin being like, hey, can you come help look after Lucy or whatever. It's never my mum being like, oh, look at the dog. Like every single day, I have never woken up to my phone with a mundane message. So I'm pretty sure I have some sort of sixth sense, and it's like, this is the shit you need to wake up for. It's great.
I just want you guys to know that I never know what to do when you're asleep.
Oh, that's sweet. We're like a long distance relationship.
That's so lovely. So that's really sad.
You know what, Ali? Do you know what? You've made octopi.
Ali, I've never loved you so much.
Right. Well, because I'm not kidding, like, because I'm up really late, but for you guys, that's really early. So I'll like go to send something, and then I get sad because I know no one will see it.
Well, chances are I'll be awake a few hours later, so just send it.
There's a good chance that Mollie or I might be awake.
Like, there's probably like a 2-hour gap between me and Emma going to sleep and Hannah waking up.
We go on shifts at a certain time. It's like, right, you go first, I'll catch up.
Lady.
And I just
like, can we talk about how Ali said that she doesn't know what to do without us? Like, it's the idea that between those hours we're not there, so she doesn't know what to do.
No, but you know what's even worse? The hours when we are awake,
a child and many animals.
It's the knowledge that there's hours when we are awake, and Ali's just like not communicating with us so she doesn't look needy.
Oh, to be fair, I'll do that. I'll be like, give it an hour, Hannah. Jeez. I will text back immediately. Every time. If I'm awake, I'm there. Every time. If I haven't responded, I'm not conscious.
Right, but that's the thing, like, George always worries about, like, overbearing me with messages, but I'm like, my phone, when locked, is always on Do Not Disturb, not just at night. So you can message me 50 times. I'll read it when I unlock my phone.
Yeah, I have no problem with the double text.
Me neither.
It's fine.
I'm a 5 billion text. I have to do it in short bursts, or my brain just stops. Because what happens is I overthink it, so then I end up deleting like an entire message, and I just get confused. So I'm like, let's just fire it.
My favourite thing about Emma, communication-wise, is that Emma will send you a voice note that's like 3 minutes long, and the first like minute will be on task. It will be what it is they're trying to talk to you about, and then there'll be like one tiny little thing that takes them on a tangent, and they will assume that that tangent is completely unacceptable, and they'll start the whole thing again. So you'll then get a 30 seconds voice note that is the first minute recapped but shorter. Then you'll get a third voice note that's like, I've already fucking said that, sorry. And then you'll get a fourth one that's about the thing she went on a tangent about, because that's also really important.
But then
and you'll end up with 8
on
minutes.
top of that, you'll be in the middle of listening to those voice notes, and then Emma's messaging alongside.
Yeah.
So you're trying to keep up.
Yeah. You have to listen to all of them, and then respond, because then by that point, Emma's already worked out. If it's a question, she's already answered it. She's already got there. She got there, and then, like, you're really, in Sherlock where he's got like the skull thing that he talks to. We're the skull, and Emma's just working it out, and that's fine. That's fine. I don't mind being the skull. If anything, I enjoy it.
I am Sherlock. I am Sherlock. I'm just more confused.
Georgia, I have no. Your screen is blue. I don't. Why? Like.
Yeah, I don't know what.
I just looked at it, and it's not blue on my end. So I don't know why your screen is blue.
I rarely send voice notes, so when I do, either shit has gone down, or I've just seen the funniest thing, and I need to explain it to you.
I don't know if Christina is still here, but I remember one time.
Oh, Georgia, I get Georgia. The screen is blue because of iMessage.
Oh, Christina was gonna like go off on a rant, and she like started typing out some stuff, and then she literally sent me a message asking if she could send me a voice note instead, so she could rant, and I was like, "Do it."
I don't send a voice note unless that person has already sent me a voice note, either in the past or in that conversation. I don't start with the voice note because I'm not confident enough for that shit. But once you've broken that down, then
yeah.
It's always funny to me when I like send Hannah a voice note or 10, and it'll be like 5-10 minutes later, and then she starts like typing, she's like, okay, I'm in the middle of this one. I'm like, just don't respond. I'm like, stop. I'm like, because like I'm like, you're gonna fuel a fire that I put out. I'm like, you're gonna restart it because you'll give me something else to think about.
Yeah,
I just
9 out of 10. Emma's calmed, and I'm just like, oh, sorry, I've just arrived. Let me.
Yeah, and it's like super frustrating because like people will be like, but just talk to yourself then. I'm like, no, I need those thoughts put out to other people. I need to know that it's went to someone else for it to work. If I was just to sit here and be like, right, Emma, so it doesn't work. It has to go to someone. So like, amount of times I'll say to people, like, I'll be in a group chat, like, right, guys, I'm just going to send you something. I'm going to vent. You don't need to respond. And people will be like, oh, but it's deep. And I'm like, I know it's deep, but you don't need to respond. I'm just figuring this shit out in my head. Like, Zoe and Karis get it all the time. And they're just like, cool. Anyway.
I can't.
Like, pretend I'm not there. I just like knowing that someone has seen it.
I can't disengage, because for me, if I like send a voice note or a text or something, a prime example being that person that copied my video idea, I need to be vindicated. I either want you to be like, no, you're making a big deal out of nothing, wind your fucking neck in which case I'll go away and be like, yeah, you're right, or you're wrong, or whatever, like, and like have a moment to reflect on it. Or for you to be like, Hannah, I'd be fucking raging if I was you. I'm like, I am raging.
I think Emma's hilarious because I think it was over the gender thing.
Oh, probably.
You were messaging me because I was validating your responses, but then you were also messaging Hannah so that Hannah would call you on your shit. You were like, I need both. I need both.
I was in the group chat, and Hannah was like, no, this is wrong. I think this. And I was like, Ali, I don't know what Hannah means, but anyway. I was like, is Hannah saying this? Is Hannah saying that? And then I kept going off on it. And I was like, but anyway, I need to be called out on my bullshit. So back to Hannah. Okay, Ali, let's validate each other.
Thing is, like, I wasn't even like, if you'd been like, Hannah, it's none of your fucking business, I'd have wound my neck in. It was only in that instance, like, I was like,
See, that was the thing, though. I knew I needed it, and I was like, this is great, but also I'm not used to this. Let's go back to where the conversation is on understanding level, because I was like, right, Ali and I are going through the same shit, so Ali gets it. Hannah doesn't. So Hannah can educate me, while I also feel that it was a great like circle.
I think sometimes you do need
Apparently I weren't there for this.
I
don't think you were there for this.
No, you seem to. I think it was one of the days when you weren't feeling great.
Yeah,
I was
probably having a.
You were probably asleep. Because it was in the group chat. Like, it was all in the same place.
Oh no, I'm pretty sure I remember this conversation happening. I just was not partaking.
Oh yeah,
Like,
sometimes I look at
love
you
today.
guys talking and I just kind of go, no.
Yeah.
But not even that. Sometimes I just don't know whether anything I say will add any value.
Yeah,
So I just
don't.
choose not to.
So I just like want you guys to know that I'm seeing it, so I just
Yeah,
am
like
constantly
I'll
putting
just
that.
hide it.
Yeah.
Be
So I'm like, I don't know what to say here, but I've seen it.
but like I agree.
Yeah.
And sometimes I
this
think of
motion.
saying things and then I don't because I'm like, no, don't do that.
The amount of times I'll be typing a message and then just delete it.
Yeah, I'm like,
and then not
no
say
way.
anything. Because
Like I'll say it and I'll be like, you know what, this is
funny.
boring. Like, why am I even bothering?
No. Oh my god, it was so funny. Was it yesterday? I think it was Hannah's TBR video, and she's like, "Oh, kids falling is like top tier comedy." I was like, "Oh, here we go, my special interest." When I went in a tangent with it the other, like a couple months ago, I kept sending Robbie videos of it. So, wait, I meant to preface this. There is a local event for like kids, and it's massive, and they've got DVDs and stuff, and like the school kids do like dance performances, and it's great. It's fun. It's like walking into a book. But occasionally it's rainy because we're in Scotland, so sometimes kids dancing equals kids slipping and falling over. So I was like, oh, Hannah likes seeing kids falling. This is great. The next time I go on a little like special interest deep dive and want to watch the DVDs, I have someone that I can like send those clips to. And then Hannah was just like, no, I mean more like this. And I was like, you are not shutting me down. I was like, absolutely not. I was like, no. I was like, you've told me before that I can talk about special interest, so you're getting it. It was just the way you were like, nah, I mean like this. I was just like,
Well, you were just like, it's very specific, but this is what I want to share with you. And I was like, I mean, I meant in like a broader.
I'm not going to send you 4 hours of footage of the entire thing. I'll send you like the one.
I won't believe that till I see it. To be honest.
Trust me, I don't have the energy. Listen, I would just buy you the fucking DVD at that point.
Yeah, but I also wouldn't put that past you either.
I don't have money just now, so you're safe.
That's fine. That's fine.
Christina, just send me voice messages because I feel like maybe we would actually respond to each other, because right now we just send like one message and then one person responds and then the conversation ends.
My fingers just hurt too much to type, so I'm just like, push the button, lock it, talk for ages.
Georgia, I've never heard your voice, but I'm sure it's fine.
It is fine. I have.
Who do you think has the most annoying voice? It's not Georgia, for sure. So who does not out of us, but like in
I was just going to say like out of like in context.
Just in like, you know, wider celebrity circles that are not us.
Every single American comedian.
Oh, the most obvious, fucking Trump.
Yes.
Yeah. I would
Adam
also
Sandler.
say
Jim Carrey.
Sarah Silverman. Can't stand her voice.
Oh,
again,
what I hate?
Every American comedian.
This is a British thing. But that one lassie that does the adverts, she goes, Perth with surf.
Oh, Danny
Fucking
Dyer. Danny Dyer.
I mean, I meant specifically that woman, but yeah, basically just that accent.
That is Danny Dyer. It is Danny Dyer's daughter called Danny Dyer.
I didn't think that was her. I thought it was just some random actress.
Yeah, no, it is the Danny Dyer's daughter, Danny Dyer.
Danny with an I.
Danny with an I.
I knew you meant either of them, but I did not realise that was actually her.
Yeah.
Oh, that's even worse now.
I love when I was like, yeah, no, but like I just meant that accent. No, that is her. Yeah, I get that. That advert is one of the most annoying things I've ever witnessed in my life.
I'm genuinely watching that, being like, this poor person has went to drama school and has ruined their career, and it's fucking down. Oh, fuck off.
Yeah.
Didn't go to drama school. Just had a rich
Went
dad.
on Love Island.
Yeah.
Instead.
This advert, this article is terrible Perth with surf advert is proof that TV fame accounts for nothing. Yes.
Yeah.
Kelly and anyone, you can all send me voice notes. I will never be offended by crazy ramblings.
No, I love a crazy rambling. That's why
Me too.
after the first voice note, I did not block Emma. I was like, this is my life now.
Emma has never sent me a voice note. I feel left out.
Oh, give it time.
Yeah.
We haven't spoken on WhatsApp.
I added you. You just never said anything to me.
I haven't either, Ali, and I'm really sorry about that. It takes
I
me
have,
like a year.
because I'm the best of the three of us, so.
I mean, fact.
Oh, I was kidding.
Oh,
I
Emma
was-
just sent
I'm
me a
being very
message on
serious.
WhatsApp. Rude. She just sent me a message that just says rude.
You'll get
Thank you.
You'll get a lot of those. Oh, she's
That's
muted.
fine.
You're going to get a voice note now.
I can't even listen to it. I have my headphones on and my phone over here.
If you were going to do an ad, if you were to be the voice of an ad, what ad would you want to be a voice of?
Go compare.
That's it. We've peaked. I'm going to go home now.
I would want to do an ad for medications where they're just like happily listing side effects.
Can you do an impression of that?
No, no, I can't.
Because I was going to say, because I forget that in America you get ads like that, whereas over here there's ads for like certain medications, but it's rarely like actual medication. It'll be like
It's like
Viagra.
Gaviscon.
yeah, and like Senecot stuff like that, and it's like,
Oh no, we
You
get
got
like full on
we
prescription
can
meds.
fix that.
Yeah, no, we just get like heartburn stuff.
We get like straight up like okay, yeah. Just spend like a day looking up American prescription medication commercials on YouTube or something because the commercials are something else.
I've sat in a hotel
Oh my
room.
god, compare the meerkat.
Sure, go.
Nipples.
They haven't done that in ages. They
You know
just
what,
do the sort out your life bit now, but it's
You know
still
what?
cute.
Do you know what I've got in my head just now? Washing machines live longer without God.
Yeah, if I do an advert, I want it to be a singing.
Ali's like, what?
Yeah, I
No,
know that.
you know what my favourite one is at the minute? The Flash advert with the dog singing Flash.
Flash.
Flash cleans up the impossible.
One of my
You-
favourites used to be I can't remember what specific kitchen roll advert it was, but it's the one that's like one sheet does plenty.
Bounty.
Mollie.
Yeah.
Do you not realise that catchphrase tells you the name of the fucking It's Juan Sheet does plenty.
Oh, plenty is the name.
Yeah,
Hannah just said bounty.
yeah, because
it used to be called Bounty.
Yeah, they've changed. They changed their name. It used to be Bounty, then they changed it to Plenty with the one sheet does plenty advert.
Oh,
I actually know. Do you know what? My favourite advert has to be the Iron Brew Christmas advert.
Oh, they do some weird adverts at Christmas.
But like the Iron Brew one, they've taken the snowman, they sing Walking Through the Air, but it's like, he nicked my Iron Brew. It's like literally the end of the advert is he nicked my Iron Brew and let go of my hand. It's like the snowman takes the kid flying through the air, nicks his Iron Brew and drops him. And he basically kills him. It's
Right.
great.
Emma, for your birthday, can we do an Emma's bingo where we all pick key phrases or things that you're definitely going to talk about, and then we just let you talk for an hour, and we'll see who gets to bingo first.
Oh my gosh, yes. But you all have to have your own bingo card so that when something happens, you can go, that wasn't on my Emma Novella bingo card.
Right. And then you're just like, because I did it for a New Year's Eve party. There's a guy that is like a friend of my dad's, and he will literally talk the same 3 stories over and over and over again. And I made his name's Dave. I made a Dave bingo board, and everyone really enjoyed it except Dave, who very much felt that he was being picked on. But it was like that scene in Brooklyn Nine-Nine where everyone's got the Boyle bingo, and it's like he talks about Turkey Day and stuff like
oh my
that.
God, I am Boyle. I so
you
am.
really are.
I really.
Can I be Rosa? Can I be the Rosa of this group?
Oh,
I
no,
think you are. I
Mollie.
think I'm Peralta.
Yeah, you are, for sure. for sure.
You've never watched Brooklyn Nine-Nine, Ali?
I have. I just don't know who the hell I would fit into. I don't know.
I'm Hoyle mixed with Hitchcock and Sully.
Oh no!
I really am.
Funny, but no.
No, in the best possible way.
I would either be Peralta or Terry Crews.
Oh my god, Mollie is Terry.
You've also got Gina vibes.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Hannah has Amy vibes though because of like organization. Spreadsheet.
That's why I want to be Rosa, but I'm not. I'm definitely an Amy.
Ali's kind of just left with Captain Holt at this point.
No, that's fine. Linchpin, for sure.
I love Captain Holt.
Georgia,
I feel
what are
like-
you confused about? The Iron Brew advert?
Hey, knock it off, guys. I feel like I could be Captain Holt who just randomly turns into Amy when she's being crabby.
To be fair, there's a few times when he's like, you know, he does a bit like, I love that. My favorite Hulk quote
He's
is
not
when he just
depressed
shouts
enough, though.
vindication. Kills me.
He's not depressed enough for me.
There's like a whole 4 episodes where he like wears colourful t-shirts because of how depressed he is.
I would never.
Have you not seen that one? It's where Peralta and Amy go on their honeymoon and Holt is just there, like being sad.
Aww.
He's been fired. He's having a hard time.
I've just tweeted just nothing but the link to the Iron Brew Snowman advert. And I'm just waiting people being like, Emma, it's March.
I haven't seen the show in quite a while.
Georgia, I have tweeted the link so you can watch it. There's a sequel now. They did a sequel 2 years ago. But the first one's the best one.
My favourite Iron Brew advert is the one where the nan asks if she's allowed to have a sip, or the granddad, I can't remember like which gender it is because they kind of blur into one. And then they like drink without their teeth in, so it's just slurping. Oh. And the guy's just like, yeah, no, you can keep it. So then they put their teeth back in and go, thanks, and just enjoy it. Now that they've gobbed all over it.
What is this?
This being need to see her?
Yeah, what is this?
Excuse me?
I think this might be a Brooklyn Nine-Nine comment, like quote.
Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah,
we're all just like,
yeah, and it's something like,
yeah, it is.
it's something like this boy needs a coconut in his arms or something like that because they're talking about like cocktails and stuff. It's like, oh, I thought you meant the other thing. Oh no.
Right, I'm going to show you guys.
Yeah.
Sorry, right.
My brain had moved on to the next thing, appreciating that everyone else moves at a normal speed.
Iron Brew has done some brilliant adverts, including the one where like this woman has just given birth and her mum's sitting at the bedside and the dad walks in and he's like, oh, so what we're going to call her? And she's like, I'm going to call her Fanny. My granny was a Fanny. Her granny was a Fanny. She comes for a long line of Fannies. And it's him sipping the Iron Brew and going, oh, and then he's like, and then the nurse comes in and goes, oh, Fanny, you're just like your daddy. And it's like, Iron Brew gets you through. That's their whole catchphrase. But 14 years ago, they did Iron Brew 32, which was like some energy drink. And I just need to share. I've just locked my phone.
It's not as easy as it looks.
Smart aleck, are you? Yeah? Well, get this in your pile, clever clogs. Iron Brew 32, pure mental stimulation in a can. And it doesn't taste like the bottom of my cage. I'll shoo you tweedy old crow. Cuckoo.
Just if the head about it, the bass like wakey wakey, pure mental stimulation, and it doesn't taste like the bottom of my cage. All the Iron Brew adverts are just hilarious.
It took me back to the "you know when you've been tangoed" adverts. Now, I asked for a tango at the rugby club, which was a mistake because anytime you do, they smack you on either side of your face because that's what it used to be when you tangoed someone. Is you hit them very hard on both sides of their face, and it upset me. I was upset. But yeah.
Also, totally off
I got
topic.
over it though.
But
It's what's happening, Georgia.
Speaking of brain moving too fast, I almost feel like me and Emma should not be allowed to speak to each other.
Why?
Because anytime me and her have like messaged and it's just the two of us, there's like 3 conversations happening at the same time.
Yeah.
It's like, you don't know how it happens, and then we're both just sat there like, I'm really confused, but also I still have thoughts.
I still have thoughts on this, and I still have thoughts on this, and I still have thoughts on this. And then it just keeps going, and then it's just... Anyone who read it would be like, I don't understand. And I'm like, I don't think I understand, so it's fine. Yeah. Is anything ever happening?
I need to find the funny advert for you.
Please no.
I don't know that we do need that, though.
I don't care enough, Emma.
Oh, we're here. All right.
Call her.
Fanny. I want to call her Fanny.
You can't call her Fanny. Fanny. I like it. It's unusual, unique.
My mum's a Fanny. Granny was a Fanny. She'll be joining a long line of Fannies.
Aye, it's good to keep up tradition.
Oh, Fanny, you're just like your daddy.
It's just the fact that, like, where else would you get an advert that can be so blatantly, like, trying to be inappropriate? And what makes me sad is that's the old original Iron Brew that had really good sugar amounts in it, and now it's shite. I mean, it's not shite.
I was going to say, considering you're saying it's shite, you live off the stuff.
That's like all you drink.
Right. But do you know why? It's because Emma likes to stay on brand. Emma likes to be a stereotypical Scot.
Stargate, I don't know what advertising earlier.
Is, okay. Page 35. Dolphins, like, in South Asia or Scotland, it's perfectly normal for men to wear skirts. No, it's not. They wear kilts. Get it right.
I have a... Well, we haven't talked in forever, so maybe we're not still friends. I don't know. I don't know. I always wonder if people, like, I don't know how long people, like, continue to consider it a friendship if you don't speak to them.
8 years.
That's such a random, arbitrary number.
Yeah.
But he is obsessed with kilts, and every time we would go anywhere, he had this one kilt, and he would just wear it, and that was just kilts for his life. That was his thing. It was his thing. It was his brand. He was the kilt guy.
That's so weird. Do any of you have a horse guy in your town, or is this exclusively, as in, like, okay, this guy will ride his horse?
I'm in central London.
Yeah, I know, but they're made up of like little villages.
Are you talking about people who ride their horses on the side of the road?
Yeah, so like this guy rides his horse into town, gets drunk, and then gets onto his horse, and his horse will take him home.
We just have people who just ride their horses on the side of the road because I live in the middle of fucking nowhere, so...
Yeah, okay, so no to that then.
No.
Yeah. That's just a Folkestone thing. Okay, fine. I just wanted to know. I was like, I know I'm quite a sheltered person, but is this normal?
No.
I would imagine that is in Texas. That sounds like a very Texas thing to happen.
In Texas.
Texas is a place. I've never been there, but...
Texas is a place.
I've been to Alabama. Don't go there. It's scary.
Scary?
I mean,
I feel like it would be scary, but, like, tell me more.
Well,
yes, I do.
Do you know what, though? Whenever I hear the name Folkestone, though, I do just think of, like, 1800s like horse and carriage with the guy with the top hat. So
well, the joke is that, like, okay, so history lesson now.
oh
The letter F is from the Vikings. So any F word that we have is because of the Vikings. Folkestone, if you look back at the origins of that name, is town of simple folk. So basically, the Vikings rocked up and went, "Wow, those guys are stupid. Let's just name them the stupid town." That's where I live.
I like that.
WhatsApp just told me I can create groups with up to 256 friends.
I don't have that many friends. I
I
wouldn't
don't know that many people.
Yes.
I
Snores. Yeah. Well, you haven't got to worry about parking then, have you?
I mean, I'm sure you do.
There are quite a few places around here where the car parks have like an additional little place for you to tie up your horse, because so many people will just ride between pubs. And they'll do like a pub crawl but on horseback.
Surely that's illegal.
Apparently that's the maximum amount of friends you can have. Also, I will be back.
Yeah.
and also I will be back.
Yeah, there's nothing illegal about riding your horse intoxicated. Just FYI.
Awesome. That's
Oh
gonna
my
be
god!
really
Wow, I know what my new life goal is.
Got to be drunk on a horse.
Yeah, sounds like a vibe. It's a vibe.
I miss horse riding. It was good fun.
I am scarred from a time when I went horse riding with my stepmom in Wales. Right, we went on a camping trip. Me, her, and my dad. And my dad booked for us to go horse riding because he said, "Ha, I'm not stupid enough to go. I'll book for you two to go." One, I almost died because it was meant to be a beginner horse, and then all the other horse started like sprinting, and then mine was like, "I'm gonna go after it." I almost fell off, and then after I'd like regained my stability, another girl who was riding with us fell off and got concussion. So I was like, that could have been me.
Yeah.
And then when I tell you, my area in the south,
yeah,
has never hurt so much in my life.
Yep.
So no,
Yeah.
I don't want to do that
horse
again.
riding. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I don't want to do that again. Thank you.
I got thrown and I landed on my side, and I had a bruise from here, just above my knee, to here. And I, as in like literally, it was purple the whole way down. I couldn't sit. I had to either stand or lie down because I could not bend my torso. Because anytime you have a bruise up here, it travels along your ribs. And that was agony.
Agony.
Agony. It hurt so much. And then 2 weeks later, I was fine and I got back on. Because that's what you do. But I had a very similar experience riding in Wales, where I rocked up to the riding thing and they were like, "Oh, you have the option for like intermediate, expert, or beginner." And I was like, "Well, I'm not an expert, but I'm also not a beginner because I've ridden for years. So let's just go for that happy intermediate one." And they're like, "Oh no, the intermediate one we can't do today because there's 3 people that are going to go in the expert one or 12 people in the beginner. So those are your options." I was like, "Well, I don't want to go with the weird family that are doing the beginner one." So I went along on the expert one, and I rode alongside the German Olympians as they were on holiday, just having a horse ride.
I love that.
And I was just like, "Don't mind me, guys. I'm just trying to hold on."
Don't mind me. I'm not of the Olympic level.
They were lovely, but the whole time I was literally like, so I went into like light seat, which is where you basically just stand on the horse and hope for dear life, and was like just about able to keep up with them because the horse knew where it was going. I was like, "Please don't make me direct this horse in a direction because I will die." And then they started going over jumps, and I was like, "Yeah, okay, again, we're holding on for dear life." Like, yeah.
I am not wanted.
You're not wanted.
No, I went in there.
Child.
Yeah, I went into his playroom and I like he just woke up from his nap and he likes to watch TV after his nap. So I was like, oh, I'll put on the TV. And once it was on, he like pushed me away. He was like, get out.
Mother, no more.
I don't need you here. And I was like, fine.
Thank you for fulfilling your purpose.
Yeah.
Once I've worked out how these things work, I won't need you at all.
That's okay. That's why you have another one.
Did you find, Molly, when you horse rode, that it wasn't just like the south, but it's about that like your legs? I feel like when you horse, you can't like cross your legs. You're like, oh, they're just like this now forever.
Yeah.
This is not possible anymore.
Uh-huh.
And your lower back. I kind of miss that.
I kind of miss that.
I do. Like I miss
I miss not being able to cross my legs. Mm.
Yeah. No, I miss like when you do like a decent workout and then you're just like, oh, this is gonna hurt. But then I guess you guys all feel pain all the time. This is totally the wrong audience.
Yeah, really.
Molly,
Yeah.
I recommend not saying that ever again.
Yeah.
Me? Why?
I miss not being able to cross my legs. Just don't.
You missed it. We had a whole conversation about horse riding and how my lower south hurts.
Lower south as opposed to upper south.
My
there
down
was a girl
south.
at school. No, there was this girl at my high school, and I swear to God, we were like 16, and they were like devout Christians, and they could not say the word vagina. She called it her upper bum, and I was like.
It's not even a bother.
How is that better? Just say vagina.
We were looking at she's not a doctor. Put this out there. She is a doctor now. A doctor.
No, unacceptable.
So she was doing science. And like we were sitting at lunch one day, she's like, oh, you know your upper bum? And I'm sitting there like, how fucking stupid am I? Like, I was like, what do I not know? And I'm like, I'm looking at her and I was like, I have missed something. There's some part of my anatomy I'm not aware of. Like, is this what happens when you don't take science? And I'm like, what are you talking about? She's like, you know, the thing. And I'm like, bum, vagina.
I'm sorry. If you can't say it, you shouldn't be using it. That's as far as I'm concerned.
And I'm like, you are now a doctor. I really hope you can say vagina.
No, unacceptable.
Yeah.
Unacceptable.
Like, I had a crisis.
Ali's having a great time.
I was like,
I'm just thinking about the amount of times that like I've been to the doctor recently, and like one of the times I went to the OBGYN, they just looked at me and said, how's your vagina? So
yeah, that makes sense. That I would be more comfortable with than someone being like your upper bottom.
Yeah.
I'd be like, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry,
I
my
must
what?
have misheard you. There is no way you would refer to any part of my body as my upper bottom. Lower back, maybe. But never an upper bottom. No, unacceptable. Although to be fair, when I had like a fibre deficiency, and I went to my GP about it, and we didn't know what it was at the time. And he did that classic thing of being like a really young doctor who doesn't want to talk about like feminine issues or anything.
Yeah.
And he was like, when was the last time you had your period? And I was like, what is it? And I was like, I was 18. I was so fucking precocious. I was just like, sorry, what did you say? Say louder. And he's like, your period. And I was like, my period? Are you asking about my period? And my mom was just like, will you stop being a bitch and just answer the question?
Just look at him and I'd be like, are you referring to the last time I bled from my vagina, sir?
Yes. Would you like details? How it works? Your period. I think I've killed Molly.
I mean, that's better than.
Because of the crime.
Molly, did you catch that? Or were you totally crying about period?
Is this we just talk about feminine issues here? It's what we do.
I need to know if Molly saw George's comment.
She's gone go.
Molly's just done. Mollie has left the chat.
Oh, look at that. Evidence that Hannah does not reply immediately.
Because we're on a live. I said if I'm conscious, if I'm aware.
You're conscious though, aren't you?
Yeah, and that's why I put barely. And to be fair, I only made you wait half an hour.
Bordering on 35 minutes there.
My phone was on silent.
Also, I love the way no one in this chat has mentioned the fact that we just are not sprinting.
No, because they don't expect us to anymore. If we were to start sprinting now, they'd be like, I'm sorry.
This is not what I came for.
I came to talk about idiots.
I wanted to
hear
hear
how to type that. I
needed to be educated.
I didn't realise such a simple noise could be so satisfying.
I'm just gonna say every sexual word that way from now on.
Yeah. I must find
we were having
I'm just no. Oh my god. I'm a terrible person, and I don't know how to be sexy. Okay, I don't do that. So the next time I want to do things with my husband, I'm just gonna look at him and be like, "Hey, do you want to have sex?"
The trick is to miss out the first consonant and then just make a noise at it. Hex.
Hey.
We can have hex after we, you know.
Oh, Kelly doesn't want us to.
I thought I had everyone then. I had all three of us wheezing, and Emma's just like, no.
I'm determined to find this TikTok. But apparently I didn't like it or favourite it, and I'm so annoyed because it's brilliant.
So
I want to what?
Wow.
Thanks for that, Christina.
You've got to do like this though. You've got to be like, I'm down for Emma.
No, you just walk into the room and you're just like, would you like me to touch your penis?
I can touch your penis. How about your penis in my my vagina?
You just walk in, you're like, I think I would like you to put your penis in my vagina.
Yeah. That would make me very happy.
Happy.
I don't know if we're gonna even do any more sprints, Nikki. I
think we should, but that's only because that way I can stop crying and start breathing properly.
Right. I came for the friends, but I stayed for everything.
Yeah, it's good. That's what we like.
I lost the ability to breathe.
You're welcome. Oh, also, I want to change our Sex Eds podcast. It's no longer qualified. It's qualified.
And every time we mention a body part, we just only use that voice. Mm-hmm. Like, did you know that your
Yes, I did. I did know that.
You know when you're on your
and when it comes out of your
to be honest, Georgia, we're well aware that you came for the chaos because you literally came in a message like, what have I missed?
Yeah. Oh, my face hurts.
Good. My work here is done.
I have jaw problems. Don't do this to me.
It's free serotonin. You're welcome.
Now my jaw's just gonna click later. And I'm gonna be like, stop.
No problem.
Yeah. Thing is, though, it's a slippery slope because it will become a facet of my personality now to just make those noises. We'll be having like, a really nice conversation. It'll be 4 years from now, and I'll be like, "But you remember the?" The KO. KO.
The KO.
I have found the TikTok.
Oh my god, I forgot Emma was here.
Oh my god.
The thing is, this TikTok is either gonna be the best thing I've ever shown you guys, or you're gonna be like, Emma, that was not worth the time. So buckle up.
Can't wait.
Hi folks, so today's word is really more of a sound than a word. I'd be really interested to see if this is like an older person's thing or what the young people think and what people from other countries think. But today's word is Scotland's a bit Presbyterian, kind of historically, and people of a certain age have got a real struggle saying the word sex. It was like, oh, that's a lovely new dog you've got. Like, I remember watching television as a family when we were young, and if a thing came on television, Dad would be off to make tea, Mum would start plumping the cushions, my granny would stop her knitting. She'd always have one eye on the telly, though. My granny was an absolute tear. She'd be like, but yeah, I'd love to know what you think.
Yeah. It always makes me
feel like I'm
think,
still thinking about Ali saying I forgot Emma was here.
Forget. She was so quiet and we were all dying.
It makes me think of like the Miranda bit. Did you guys ever watch the TV series?
Oh, yeah.
So the mum in that, whenever she talks about sex, she does like what I call sex, like that. It just makes me think of that. It's just silly because like there was a girl at school that like she literally would not say anything, even because I went to an all girls school as well. So it's not like if you say anything sexual, it's not gonna like you have a guy behind you going like, wait, like it wasn't gonna happen. So like you can say it, it's fine. And she used to be like, she killed me. So she came up to me once and she was like, so I had sex with a guy last night.
So you can do it, but you can't even say it.
If you're gonna come up to me to brag, just say it. She's like, we had sex last night, and then this is it. This bit. Oh, I was like, oh, really? Did you? And she was like, yeah. He asked me to get naked, so I did. And I was like,
I'd be worried if you didn't, and then come up to me and said,
and she was like, and then he asked if we could have sex, and I said no. And I was like, so you didn't have sex then? So you didn't? You got naked for no reason, apparently.
Yeah, you just took your clothes off. Oh no.
Killed me.
I just remembered a thing.
Oh no.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, half me thought, oh no, don't tell me she's went into labour from laughing.
Oh no, labor doesn't happen that fast.
I would be so impressed.
Yeah,
Also,
I'd be really proud of myself if I caused that.
You know what? I would be fine with this because I want this kid out. And my doctor's like, he can come out whenever. And I'm like, yeah, okay, get him out then.
If it's not going to do anything, then...
But honestly, I would still be here because you don't go to the hospital until you're like in active labor, which does not how labor starts. So I would just be sitting here and occasionally I would just be like,
Sorry, what would you be doing?
Just me. That would just be my pain face. Just
that was less pain and more like some cold drip went down your neck, just like. Are you okay?
Pain is just annoying, okay? It's not like I'm gonna die, it's just annoying.
Kelly's off the bed, so night night.
Oh. Look, I just get annoyed by pain, so I just make annoyed noises.
That's fine. You're like, oh, inconvenient.
I hate this.
I'll tell you what, I think, yeah, like, I don't know what my pain noise would be, but I don't think it'd be like, oh, oh god damn it.
I mean, that's... You guys, okay, I've decided...
that noise.
I've decided you guys can't visit because I make weird-ass noises, me and my husband. That's all we do all day. That's it.
That's fair.
You guys would be visiting my house and you would just be like on the ground dying, and I would be like, this is... I'd be like, I can't help you.
We'd be on the plane on the way home just making noises to each other, and everyone would be like, are they okay? No.
We'd up. We'd be like, oh, sorry, we've double booked, we've had to like move this about, and we'd be like 5 rows ahead and be like, meh.
I'd be like, Emma. My ribs hurt.
I don't have any water up here.
Oh no.
I'm just gonna drink the nasty Mountain Dew.
Well, let's go on a sprint and you can get some water.
Yeah. We can do one more sprint, and then if anyone wants to still be awake, we can just go off live and chat and make weird noises at each other.
In the privacy of our own homes.
We're already in.
Yeah.
How long do you guys
that we never leave?
Yeah.
How long do you guys want to go for?
I don't mind. I don't mind because I'm going to be writing, so
just like half an hour.
Don't mind. I don't mind, Ali.
If you do 45 minutes at 15:15, we can just go to the next hour, and then I'll fall asleep.
Yes.
I can't stop doing this now.
Oh,
Okay.
You guys have been around me too much now, and now like the full weird is coming out, and nobody knows how to deal with it.
Do we have to deal with it? Can we not just enjoy?
Yeah. Like experience.
Experience?
Oh my god. Christina says do 30 minutes.
Yeah, do half hour then, that's fine.
Yeah.
And then we can chat online for 10 minutes and then disappear.
I do this a lot when I'm thinking.
there, but it wasn't sort the pillow.
Can't we thrive off the weird? I mean, I'm fine with it.
That's me trying to move and then getting stuck.
My husband gets so mad because I make horrible like moaning noises doing anything. I just fucking hate doing anything ever. So like I'm rolling over in bed and I'm just like, he's like, what the hell? I'm like, this is too hard.
See, that sounded more like pain than
Apparently, pain is more annoying. Actual inconveniences are horrible.
Yeah, that's fair.
I also just read Ali the crab is Ali the carb, and I was like, why are we eating Ali?
I don't think I would be very tasty.
Love carbs.
I'm just weird and want to be loved for it. Well,
Same.
okay, I'm gonna start the sprint so I can go get some fucking water. All right.
Can't we too? And
I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some whole honor.
I can't concentrate now.
Hello. I didn't read anything.
Same.
Oh.
I wrote 500 words.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, I've still got 3,000 to go.
Well, you know. Sorry, Charlotte. This was actually our last sprint. So
That
we
is
are now
unfortunate.
reading nothing. But thank you for joining anyway.
Also, for everyone who was like, oh my god, Hannah and Emma are just howling silently for absolutely no reason.
You missed it.
That was it.
Glorious.
Also, no. Yeah, that was it.
Also this.
Yeah.
It was a great time.
I feel that energy though. Just this sucks by.
Clearly, so does your child.
Yeah. That's just he always sounds angry. That's just what he sounds like. That's just But I mean I'd be pissed off if I was a toddler too, so
No, I'd love it. No responsibilities. No bills to pay.
yeah, but you literally you can't read. You can't do anything.
True.
But I don't know that I can't read, and therefore it doesn't upset me.
Yeah, well, he definitely knows that he can't do anything, and it upsets him. So he's like, I want to do the thing, but I am small.
But I am small.
But I am small, and for some reason, Mum won't let me do the thing.
Mom won't let me pick up random knives. What the hell?
No! I was teaching Mollie some Spanish. Just a little bit. Just a little cheeky bit of Spanish.
Because I messaged Hannah and said hola. And then Hannah told me 2 random phrases that she knows. And then we had a great conversation.
About sandwiches.
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 That is pretty standard for me. It's just been, oh, here's a tangent you didn't know we'd go down. A segue you weren't expecting. You're welcome.
I just messaged you on multiple messaging services at the same time.
Yeah.
I'm just like, I'm messaging you in the group chat, Hannah. I'm messaging you on WhatsApp, Hannah. I'm messaging you on Discord, Hannah.
I've never felt so accepted and loved.
Aww.
I love that for me. But no, I was thinking about what you said earlier about, how long do you not talk to someone before you no longer consider them a friend? A friend of mine is in the military, so I only speak to him when he's, in the country. So it's every 6 months. And I'll text him something, and it could be something completely innocuous, like Lego or whatever. And he will text me 6 months later and be like, that's hilarious. And I'm like, I don't know what I sent you. Whatever it is, whatever photo, I've deleted it since then. Could be anything.
This sounds very
I'm really
yummy.
glad it made you laugh.
Mm-hmm.
I want spicy Thai food. We don't have Thai places around here, though. At all.
That's sad.
We only have... Well, I live, an hour from the actual city's area. And I don't travel an hour for anything, so...
Where is your nearest hospital?
15 minutes.
Okay.
It's like
I was having questions. You'd be like an hour and a half away. I was like, so you are not traveling to have your child then?
If the hospital was an hour and a half away, honestly, I probably would be too lazy. I'd be like, nah, it's fine, just have it here.
Yeah, I don't blame you, honestly.
Apparently there's been an increase in women having their kids at home because it's just easier and cleaner.
Well, and probably because my husband can't be there. It's just gonna be me. So
yeah.
But I have to have IV antibiotics and stuff, so I have to go to the hospital because I am not a healthy human.
Come here.
Yes, Ali, because your body does things, and you tell the doctors, "Oh yeah, it just does that sometimes."
Yeah, and then they're like, "It's not supposed to," and I'm like, "Oh well."
Well, it does.
You want to do something about it? Because none of my other doctors do.
Mozart.
He just appeared. He didn't. He came in and went, eh! as if I was the one that had ignored him for 4 hours.
I love how we all have a small voice that we just randomly whip out.
Yeah.
You gotta have the small voice.
Mm-hmm.
I may do an impression of my other cat for you, because she does this really fun thing where she just moves around my room and cries. just to find out which part of the room you will give her attention.
I love that.
My cat just likes, I don't know, he just goes into a room and starts like meow howling.
Mm-hmm.
And then just does that. He doesn't want anything. He just likes to do that.
She doesn't want. The thing is, like, I find it so frustrating because she doesn't want you to pick her up. She doesn't want you to like touch her or anything like that. She's just. I just want to know that you're going to give me the attention I require. In fact, I will do an impression, and it's going to be great. Okay.
I was zoned out there for a second. I just what am I doing?
That's exactly what she does. She's an absolute creep.
I feel like it's not as hilarious when she does it.
Oh, it's fucking annoying because she'll do it at like 1 o'clock in the morning.
Why are you
Also,
still standing at the other end of the room?
Right? Welcome to my room. This is what it looks like behind the camera.
I'm so confused. No, I completely dissociated for a second, looked up, and Hannah's standing in her door going,
I hope you know that I'm going to go back to this when it saves and get that clip and save it.
Could you? No, I'm going to include it in my vlog, so please do that. She does. It's the most pathetic little cry as well.
Oh
Just
god,
like,
no. My cat does not do that. My cat, you just, from one end of the house, you just hear, meow, meow.
I'd like to point out, Mozart was like,
he's like, what the fuck was that?
Didn't like that noise.
Well, he wouldn't like my cat then, because that's pretty much exactly what it sounds like, and he just does that repeatedly in a room. And if you go check on him, he wants nothing. He
wants nothing.
Where are you going?
He likes it when you meow at him back, though. Like, he loves that. He wants to converse with you. So much pets.
Do you like that?
Oh,
he's so fluffy. Oh, this okay. He's going to turn into a demon now. This is his demon pose of just like, yeah, there it is.
At least gives you some warning.
Yeah.
Recent, on the other hand, just goes from purring to biting my face with no pause, just one to the other.
He's so cute.
Luna makes a meow sound that sounds like Mama. Do you still have all the kittens? Or have you gotten rid of any of them yet? Because I feel like your husband probably wants them gone.
For anyone who hasn't seen my vlog, sorry, comment about the side eye. There is a bit where, for the Pick-up-a-thon, you had to do like a generated pick or like a random pick or something like that. I decided I would do a cat pick. And I got Panda to choose. And at the end, Panda gives me such a bad side eye. She's probably like, and I do feel like I just need to share that with you guys.
I don't think I could do a pet pick. It would just be a mad dash of animals at
If
someone.
I went for Pet Pit, I would just end up. I've now lost all books. Where have they all gone? I would just end up with books like this.
Yeah. My child pulls the books off my shelves and takes the dust jackets off, so.
I hate that.
I'm just waiting for her to realise there's loads of treats out now. Look how content she is now that she's had loads of biscuits. Look how content she is. Pitiful. You look so angry. Look how angry you look. Fucking side-eye that. Why don't you show the internet that you can be loving and that you were purring at me not 5 minutes ago? So scientists proved that baby cats will purr to get attention from their mum and just to let everyone know that everything's okay, whereas adult cats will purr just to remind you that you're doing a good job and keep doing what you're doing. And Panda so rarely purrs that she's very much the latter. She's very much a, okay, you win this round kind of purrer. You know what I'm saying? I love you, though. There we go. It's my baby.
Reese is a purr because someone is existing near him.
Oh, that's cute. A cheap purr.
Yeah, but because he's such a cheap purr, you never know when he's going to go full demon.
Yeah, that's fair. Mozart's like that. Mozart's like, I'm purring because I'm awake.
Because I'm awake.
Takeshi's Castle is an excellent reference.
I mean, I would take a kitten, but you are in Texas. And also, I don't need another pet, but...
Need and want are two very different things.
The books on the bed look like a cat version of the Steppy Stones from... Yeah.
Although, I am mad at Panda because she chose a book I didn't enjoy.
What was it?
Thank you.
Traitor's Blade.
Ah.
Where you going, Gracie?
I see. Damn, Panda.
I know, outrageous. I think she did it on purpose, to be honest.
The side eye at the end proved it.
Can you give a side eye?
And with that
It's a baby. I love the
Lord.
sheen on their fur.
right.
It's so shiny.
Christina, when you guys get your own house, are you just going to buy like 6 cats?
Yeah.
Props.
Why?
I don't think I'll have that many because I think I'll want the ones I can give a lot of love to. So
Yeah,
so long as
same.
they're loving and cuddly like Mozart is and like my old cat was, I'll be fine. But if I get a cat and it's like just Panda-esque, I will have to keep going until I find a Mozart-esque one.
Until I hit one.
Yeah.
Orange cats. Orange cats are always needy.
Yes.
It's boys.
I love
It's
ginger
boy cats are the neediest, and gingers are 80% more likely to be males, so that works out.
I love ginger cats. They're my
Because I've had...
I just tried to put Grape back in the cage and she's not having it, so she's in my sleeve.
Oh, I love it.
But I was going to do a whole demonstration on the difference between bred rats and pet shop rats, but Grape's now refusing to come out of my sleeve, so that's fun. Yeah.
Why? Which ones you got? Are your others pet shop rats?
Berry and Brew are pet shop rats.
Ah.
Come here. So Brew, who's on my shoulder, is a pet shop rat, and she is 6 months old. So she was born in September. Grapey is a breeder rat who was born on Christmas Eve and is 13 weeks old.
They're like the same size.
Grape's actually bigger.
Yeah.
Wow.
So the moral of the story is always buy from responsible breeders.
So how come you have pet shop rats if you're
Because
anti-pet shop rats?
I did not know the extent of pets at home situation until I got the rats and was in the Facebook group, and then everyone was like, rodent mills. And I was like, oh, did not know that. So I now tell everyone, I'm like, do not get your rats from a pet shop. And then people are like, oh, but it's £24 for 2 rats. And I'm like, yes, and they will misgender them, missex them. You will end up with babies and they're going to die. Like, rats have such short lives. Hey, babies. Like, I'm taking any moment now with Berry and Brew as, like, blessing.
Aww.
Literally, I'm like, well, they're 6 months old and they're smaller than a 12-week-old.
How long do rats live for?
1.5 to 2 years is good. Which is really depressing.
It's just another reason to get a cat, because there you're like 13 years.
Right.
Although, to be fair, ours, I keep forgetting that they're like 6-7 years old. I'm like, you're middle-aged. That's weird.
So it's mine. Rosie's literally just turned 7 yesterday.
They will be 7 in November. They're November babies.
9 this year. I'm sad about it.
Oh, Jazz is freaked out by rat tails.
Oh, honestly. I used to be, and then I got over it, because I'm sorry. Look at that face. Like, their tails are so worth it.
Valid.
The only animal that freaks me out is like apes and gorillas.
Because you're gonna have those in your house.
Well, there's like no pet that would freak me out. Like I want a tarantula at some point. Like I just I love snakes.
Goose can do fins. So there we go. Right, girls.
I had a snake that got lost in my parents' house for like 3 months, and we thought it was gone. Except for one day they just found it in the rafters of the basement.
Ugh.
Oh, I hate that.
I like snakes, so they don't bother me. Like
I would love snakes, but I couldn't have frozen rats to feed it.
No, that's like, because you've had rats now. You're like,
that's what I mean. Like, do you imagine I just went and got a snake? I just had like sitting in this no.
I saw a video the other day on TikTok, and I want to see. I'm really hoping I liked it, but I don't think I did because it really freaked me out. But it was this video of a python opening a door.
I don't want to watch it. I don't want to watch it.
I won't. I was gonna send it to Emma and to Ali, but I won't send it to you.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me. I love snakes.
To be fair, it's just the way that I haven't saved it. But it's just the way that basically the door opens and this snake just goes like onto the floor, where it's obviously like gone up the door and then just rested on the latch thing, and the guy's voice is like, great. It's just like so unimpressed.
Oh, my old cat could open doors when I lived with my parents, and it would piss them off so much because he had major separation anxiety issues. So I would go to work and he would like just meow in my room, and he wasn't supposed to go anywhere else in the house, which he didn't want to when I was home, but I would leave and he would just open doors to go around the house and try and get in different rooms.
I think I found it, Hannah.
I mean, I don't like humans either, so.
Also, it's been 20 minutes and we've still got the banner on.
Mollie didn't say anything.
Because it just falls on me now?
Yeah.
What was that? Yeah. Fucking Mickey Mouse in the corner.
But I think we're going to
end.
Yes,
that is exactly the one, Emma. It's just the sound as it hits the floor. Thunk.
I think we're going to end the live because we've been here for
5 hours.
Yes. Oh. And we read twice.
3 times.
A lady.
Oh, yeah, we did read 3 times. So.
What was no.
A lady.
I'm not not even sorry.
Goodbye, everyone.
I thought you went, yodelay, hey. And I was like, why is she